think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're better, you probably are. You think you're better, you probably are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the Slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the Slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! You think you're hot? You totally not. You think you're hot? You totally not. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. I will beat on Demon Slayer. I will slay the Slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer. I will slay the Slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're better, you probably are. You think you're better, you probably are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the Slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the Slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat. Burn it! Death Starters United! Death Starters United! Holy gods! Holy gods! Buildings are taking over! Buildings are taking over! Will you fight? Will you fight? You must choose a side. You must choose a side. Will you be their slaves? Will you be their slaves? Slaves! Line! 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 Release me! Release me! Release me! Release! Go! Go! You torture my soul! You torture my soul! Release me! Release me! Release me! Release! Go! 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 So you torture myself. Oh, fuck. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We are 70 years. We are 70 years. It's no food. It's no water. It's y'all do. Yeah, holler. So what? Let it one here. Let it one here. Let it one here. What is it? Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. We are 70 years. We are 70 years. No food. It's no water, it's y'all do, y'all holler. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. So what? Let it want here. Let it want here. Let it want here. What are you doing? Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. We are 70 years. We are 70 years. No food, no water. It's y'all do, y'all holler. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Good for, good for, good for. Over, over, over. Good for, good for, good for. Why did Homeland Security write 2 billion books? What are they preparing for? What are they preparing for? Why aren't we ready? While the war goes on, over, over, over. Good for, good for, good for. Over, over, over. Good for, good for, good for. Why am I the only one looking? Why am I the only one talking? Why am I the only one standing? While the war goes on, yeah. Over, over, over. Good for, good for, good for. Over, over, over. Good for, good for, good for. Why am I the only one looking? Why am I the only one standing? Why am I the only one talking? It's all around. Obey, obey, obey. Good for, good for, good for. Obey, obey, obey. Good for, good for, good for. They've been planning this for years. Think you're pretty, not on the inside.
Welcome to Lady
Think you're
Lacey
pretty,
Show, guys. Welcome,
not on
welcome,
the inside.
welcome.
Think you're better,
I haven't been in this closet
Probably
in a
are.
minute, and the
Think
cat
you're
took
better,
over, and things are
probably are.
a little hectic right now. So just play some music.
I will be not Demon Slayer, I will slay the service. I will be not Demon Slayer, I will slay the service. She got me drinking dry, lost behind, lost behind. Then she got me drinking dry, lost behind, lost behind. Get on the hand, get on the hand, get on the hand, burn it. Get on the hand, get on the hand, get on the hand, burn it. Get on the hand, get on the hand, get on the hand, burn it. Get on the hand, get on the hand, get on the hand, burn it. You think you're hot? You totally not. You think you're hot? You totally not. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. inside. Think you're pretty. Not on the inside. You think you're better. You probably are. You think you're better. You probably are. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the service. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the service. Let she doesn't drink me dry. I'll be behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it. Death Starters United. Death Starters United. Holy gods. Holy gods. Evil nails are taking over. Evil nails are taking over. Will you fight? Will you fight? You must choose a side. You must choose a side. Will you be their slaves? Will you be their slaves? Slaves! Line! 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 Release me! Release me! Release me! Release! Go! Go! You torture my soul! You torture my soul! Release me! Release me! Release me! Release! You torture my soul! You torture my soul! We are 70 years. We are 70 years. No food, no water. Y'all do, yeah, holler. So what? Let one here, let one here, let one here. What do you say? Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. 70 years. We are 70 years. No food, no water. What y'all do? Y'all holler. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. So what? I don't wanna hear ya. I don't wanna hear ya. I don't wanna hear ya. Wanna hear you die. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. We are 70 years. We are 70 years. No food, no water. Y'all do, y'all holler. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Why did Homeland Security write 2 billion bullets? What are they preparing for? talking? Why am I the only one standing while the world comes for you? Obey. Conform. Obey. Conform. Why am I the only one looking? Why am I the only one standing? Why am I the only one talking? They've been planning this for years. Don't let them rent space inside your mind. Don't let them rent space inside your mind. Struggle. My prayers. Don't let them rent space inside your mind. Don't let them rent space inside your mind. Why we fight you? 'Cause you wanna control us. 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 Struggle. My prayers. Don't let them rent space inside your mind. Don't let them rent space inside your mind. Why we fight you? 'Cause you wanna control us. 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 Control us.
Don't play us some guitar tonight. There you go, Lisa. She's the next big country music star. Like that pot right there. Have you left the side? Have you even gone to the bathroom? That's good to know. What? Oh, God. Just give you another outlet to go get oh, shit.
My bad, guys. My bad. I'm fired. I'm fired from my own channel. That's why I called this under construction. Under construction. Under construction. Under construction. Under construction. We already did that. Oh, wow. That's funny. Okay, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. And so, where do we start? Let's just let this grow. And then we have a economic bust, and then we get fired, and we live through that for some more.
With our lives in close harmony, but
Welcome, guys. Welcome. Oh, wow. Wow, guys, I didn't see all these comments. Hi, Sue Finelli. Hi, Mikey Smith. Hi, Sue Finelli. Yeah. Thanks for all these comments. My closet studio is gone to like crap. And I'm in here and I'm just keeping the airways hot. I'm just keeping the airwaves hot, you know? Hi. Well, I love you guys. I'm just burning. I'm just putting it on an old video right now. I'm just working on myself. I think I'll have a real show where I go live. What does it say? 6:45 or 6:50? It's scheduled. But right now I'm just kind of playing old stuff. I love you guys. Thank you, Mikey Smith, for broadcasting Flat Earth Fockers trial today. And my heart goes out to Flat Earth Focker. It's pretty rough out there at the courthouse. And thank you, Mikey, for streaming that. And I love you guys. If you want to come in here and use the chat for your way to talk to each other, you're more than welcome. Okay? So I love you, and here we go.
What you waiting for? Make your mind up. y'all got. What you waiting for? Meet your maker. What you waiting for? Meet your maker. Fly in the sky, rains on the dock. Fly in the sky, rains on the demons. Watch as you grow. Wait till you wake. Watch as you grow. Wait till you wake. What you waiting for? Meet your maker. What you waiting for? Meet your maker. Fly in the sky, rains on the dock. Fly in the sky, rains on the demons. Watch as you grow. Wait till you wake. Watch as you grow. Wait till you wake. What you waiting for? Meet your maker. What you waiting for? Meet your maker.
You can't get in shape because you don't have an hour to go do cardio every day. Well, nobody has time for that. I don't do an hour of cardio. I have never done an hour of cardio in the past 5-10 years.
Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're better, probably are. Think you're better, probably are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the Slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the Slayers. Then she doesn't drink me dry, us behind while she lies. Then she doesn't drink me dry, us behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. think you're hot. Totally not. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the Satanist. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the Satanist. Let she doesn't drink me dry. I'll be behind while she lies. Let she doesn't drink me dry. I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're better, you probably are. Think you're better, you probably are. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the Satanist. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the Satanist. Let she doesn't drink me dry. I'll be behind while she lies. Let she doesn't drink me dry. I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Texas United, Texas United, Holy gods, builders are taking over, builders are taking over. Will you fight? Will you fight? You must choose a side. You must choose a side. Will you be their slaves? Will you be their slaves? Slaves. Release me. Release me. Release me. Release. You torture my soul. You torture my soul. Release me. Release me. Release me. Release. You torture my soul. You torture my soul. We are the deal. We are ranch's house. Lord have mercy on the ranch's house. Please excuse me, can't think for the sound. Please excuse me, can't think for the sound. We are 17 years. We are 17 years. No good, no water. Y'all do, y'all love. Lord have mercy on the ranch's house. Lord have mercy on the ranch's house. Please excuse me, can't think for this house. Please excuse me, can't think for this house. So wise. Let it want here. Let it want here. Let it want here. What do you think? Lord have mercy on the ranch's house. Lord have mercy on the ranch's house. Please excuse me, can't think for this house. Please excuse me, can't think for this house. We are 17 years. We are 17 years. No good, no water. Y'all good, y'all holler. Lord have mercy on the ranch's house. Lord have mercy on the ranch's house. Please excuse me, can't think for this house. Please excuse me, can't think for this house. Good ball, good ball, good ball. Why would Homeland Security like to win? What are they caring for? What are they caring for? Why aren't we ready? While the war goes on now, over. Good ball, good ball, good ball. Over. Good ball, good ball, good ball. Why am I the only one talking? Why am I the only one standing? While the war goes on, over. Good ball, good ball, good ball. Over. Good ball, good ball, good ball. Why am I the only one looking? Why am I the only one standing? Why am I the only one talking? That's all Good ball, good ball, good ball. Good ball, good ball, good ball. We've been planning this for years. you wanna control us. Cause you wanna control us. Cause you wanna control us. Control us. Control us.
Welcome, guys. Welcome to the Lady Lacey Show. I'm getting more mom-like every day. Okay, so what's going on, you guys? Hope you've been behaving yourself. Maybe not. Maybe proud of that too. There's no one in here, but maybe I'll watch this at a later stream. So I don't really have anything picked out, guys. Just gonna play something oldies but goodies. Oldies but goodies. All right, let's get rid of these. I have been eating 3 eggs a day. You can tell. You can totally tell. All right. Let's go to YouTube.
What you waiting for?
Channel. No, I don't want to watch myself. Sorry. Channel. I was seeing some good stuff earlier. Five months ago, people. 5 months.
There are some in complete denial that COVID-19 is a threat. A Delta Yoga Studio director is not only denying the virus is a risk, he's harassing those on the front lines. And as Neetu Garcha shows us, BC's Solicitor General is now threatening action.
Cover your cough, separate yourself.
Matt Parhar is at a drive-through testing center.
Man, they're like freaking out. Keep windows rolled up. There's a sign over there that says keep windows rolled up.
When he shouldn't be.
What a joke.
The COVID-19 denier and flat earth believer posted this YouTube video Thursday at the site in Burnaby. He said he didn't know he needed a referral.
It's just sad how people are just self-isolating themselves, just perpetrating that fear.
This comes 2 weeks after Parhar's yoga studio in Delta was shut down after he misled members in claiming hot yoga fights the novel coronavirus. He claims the studio's license was suspended because of a miscommunication with a bylaw officer, and he wasn't clear about the new guidelines. Still, he continued breaking physical distancing rules according to this video, streamed live on Sunday of a meetup with children and adults.
So I'm glad I had it. One meetup at my yoga studio before I closed. So we didn't get any harassment. We didn't practice social distancing because COVID-19 is a complete hoax.
Then there's this one.
Just trying to see where I should go. Cardiac, where's respiratory?
Parhar is seen walking through Royal Columbian Hospital over the weekend. He says he was investigating whether the pandemic is real. In a lengthy phone call with Global News, Parhar cited his freedoms under the Canadian Charter to not believe everything he's told. Here's what BC Solicitor General has to say.
There is a small minority, a very small minority, like this idiot, who are doing what they're doing. Non-essential. Don't cough all over me.
Farnworth says Parhar's actions have been reported to and will be investigated by police, and charges could be laid.
He's calling on the police to investigate. I say bring it on. I say tell the police to go investigate where this pandemic is.
There is no place for this kind of activity by, to put it bluntly, a narcissistic, self-centered idiot.
We don't like you
And that's what
either.
this individual is.
Neetu Garcha, Global News.
Mac is the coolest. Oh my gosh. That dude wishes he could be as cool as Mac. He's like, I bet he goes to that. How can I be as cool as Mac? How can I be as cool? You can't be, because you're a loser. You're a loser. You can't be as cool as Mac. Just call him names because you are a baby. Baby Canadian, whatever you are. That. No more. No! I don't want it. Okay, we're just gonna go to my channel. Play. I remember this one. This is a good one. That dude is like, you can learn a lot from that guy. Good times, good times. Why do you have to tear up everything, kitty cat? Oh.
This is Lindsay. Happy Halloween from Lady Lacey.
Cutie Matody.
Hey guys.
Welcome to Lady Lacey Show. I got my first flat earth friend,
Yes.
Wayne.
Fat.
He's all worried about looking fat, but you know.
The camera adds like 10 pounds, right?
We're
At
35
least 10
now.
pounds.
Oh, you're older
I'm old. Flat Earth,
So how'd you come to Flat Earth?
YouTube.
Yay! Who's your guy?
Like Jake the Flat Earth asshole. This guy Jake.
Has anybody heard of Jake the Flat Earth asshole?
He's funny.
Send
I
me a
have
link
now.
because
He's
I haven't
great.
heard of this guy. But apparently he's changed my friend's life, and we're gonna
He's
start
funny.
Flat Earth meetings. Hopefully.
He'll call out Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse.
Said he's too
Yeah,
busy
all
for
the
a
stuff
Flat
Neil said,
Earth
like,
meeting.
I don't think so, Neil. This is how he talks. Like, here's the real reality, man.
Oh,
So
I
he
gotta
sounds
try
like-
that out.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, and you gotta check out Flat Earth Fokker, Brian Staley.
Brian Staley.
Yeah, because we've learned the truth of 9/11 now.
Oh, that's,
Yeah, we
that's
solved-
conspiracy.
He solved that one. I don't really,
Oh, good.
or he heard and he's promoting it. I don't, whoever's promoting it.
This is live right now?
No, we're just recording.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
You put it on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll do it at home.
I need to subscribe to you. Well,
Yeah.
what's your channel?
The Lady Lacey Show.
Lady Lacey Show. I'm gonna build a studio. Come on there.
Yeah. Let's do it, man.
Right.
But when's
me,
our meeting?
Me and Rick Show.
Okay, so next month, Flat Earth meeting, Sunday, because that's your day. What, like 9 a.m.?
And then
Is there
you'll
no
learn
meeting?
That's early for me. Maybe noon.
Yeah, he's gonna eventually tell me now. That's disappointing. I won't watch it. Couponing, dude. All right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Lady Lacey Show with your host, Lady Lacey. That's me. Welcome, guys. Y'all haven't seen me in a minute, And, I got 3 kids. I got Elisa. I got a husband. And it takes away from what we got going on. So I'm sorry about that. But, children, Lisa, husband, they tend to come first. But another thing I've been doing is shopping. And I want to teach you my triple threat. I have been watching YouTube, couponing. I watch a lot of YouTube. Y'all will find me in a lot of you'll find me as a moderator or in a lot of chats, especially for Brian Stapley, Flat Earth Fokker. I think he's taking a break. Ike Diaz. I got an interview with him in Dallas. Let your light shine. Sorry for the look. If I was to take my time, get everything done, I'd take a nap because I'd be tired. And I gotta work tonight. I am going to teach you my triple coupon threat, or my triple. I call it a triple threat. I don't know why I call it a threat. Just triple success to couponing. All right. So number 1. You want it on sale. All right, whatever you buy, it needs to be a little bit less than the regular price. Second, I don't even know this. Use a coupon. To say you got your sale price and you got your coupon, and then here's the third. And I got a good example of one right now, right here. I know a lot of people, I don't know, who has these, but in the South we have Dollar Generals. I know CVS, Walgreens does this too. It's not a Walmart thing, I don't think. But look, you spend $25 at the store on this particular day, and you get $5 off. So that's your triple threat. And my pen's missing. But yeah, you get it. That is the triple threat. So why is it important to get things on sale and use a coupon and then use another coupon? And you don't have to have a coupon like this. Sometimes a lot of their flyers would be like, Walgreens and CVS is pretty good about that. Walgreens has got a point system. CVS will give you CVS cash. But yeah, on your next purchase. But that counts, guys. That counts. I racked up this week on Pantene Pro V, and then I took my $5 and I got me my OxyCleans because they're never on sale. So I should have OxyClean pretty good. And why I'm trying to rack up right now is I want Christmas time to be about Christmas time, and that way I got my shampoo, I got my toothpaste, I got my body wash, I got my hair color. I don't use hair conditioner, my hair conditioner. So that's it. But good morning. Let your light shine, everybody. Isn't that a free cup? Okay, so you're like, what's this got to do with flat Earth? Well, a lot of us, including myself, and I can see it in a lot of people, we work double hours. We pretty much don't have a reserve fund, a lot of us. Some of us do. I mean, we just haven't gotten over that threshold yet of security. So my grandmother taught me this couponing thing. We didn't have these. But there was it was a totally different thing back then. And she had coupons without expiration date. But anyway, she taught me her system. And if she was to see how I was doing my system right now, she'd be quite disappointed. I just started, so but the triple threat seems to be working, especially for these expensive shampoos and stuff. I've been stuck on Suave, but that dries out my hair, so I'm at Pantene Pro V. But then some girls say Pantene Pro V ruined your hair, so I don't know. Just I like the stuff. So I'm not gonna complain. Did anybody pay attention to Space Command? That cost us like $600 billion. I think it was like $670 billion for Space Command. I was a big Trump supporter, but if there was a flat earther running, I'd vote for that person. Can't help it. But then they're probably a shill, so we got a lot of shills. So be careful. And everyone's kind of warned me about it. But, what can we do? Oh, so yeah, we wasted that much money on Space Command. So they're talking. So then they distract us with the wall and some shootings. And I can't believe anything off the TV anymore. I'm sorry. It already lied. See, my TV's over there. I'm talking to you. It already lied to me. 9/11, it already lied to me. Just lie. So I can't believe anything that comes out of there. They just grabbed $670 billion out of our pockets. So I don't trust nothing. I lived through 9/11. I was a older teenager, and it was so bad it was good. It was so bad it was good, And if you are a family member or a friend of mine and you had someone die on 9/11, you better give me their name and where they died at so I can research it, because I'm declaring nobody died on 9/11. And Brian Stabley has gone through the evidence one by one, made videos, talked it to death, and you can't just say, I know someone that died on 9/11. That doesn't work anymore. You got to have proof, just like we got to have proof. We got to have proof on the flat earth. We got to have proof on everything. So just give me their name. We can look them up. We can test it. That's what I do. And what else I got for y'all? I haven't been paying attention to the shootings because I don't believe nothing they say. I do like watching that Infinity plane guy where he matches up people that look alike. I enjoy that a lot. That is amazing. And he was mentioning, like, even if he was right a little bit, and you got one person playing different characters, but it's poison. That TV is poison. So just stick to easy stuff. I am guilty of 90 Day Fiance. I love that show. I know it's fake, but they do some great landscape shots, great mud flood buildings, great sky shots. So I never miss an episode of 90 Day Fiance, or the other way. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. And what else we have? I gotta return that movie. Right. I got a lot of different things going on. I know most of us don't go for education. I kind of walked into a career center the other day, and I got an appointment to go back to college. I'm an adult, so I'd be going back as an adult, like way older than college age. And I got a meeting about that. I don't know what I'm going to do. I just want to set up and talk flat earth all day. So that might change us. Like, I'm scared about going on a campus I don't go to school to. But if I go to a school, they can't kick me off. They can't. I was thinking, doing like that intent. What is his name? I want to say Josh. Or it's another YouTuber where he sets up in the park. Yeah, I think I could set up at my college. And, Oh gosh, I have a way of solving the hurricane. We can. I'll tell you about that one next time. I can fix. Oh, the hurricane. That's just too much, people. And like you ask, the world today. If you're younger than me, the world today is totally different than where we grew up. We didn't have video cameras in the grocery store. People didn't steal as much as they do now. People didn't lie as much as they do now. It's a totally different world. It's amazing. I used to sit there with my friends' parents. And my friends were smart and they had smart parents. I used to sit there and talk with their parents about conspiracy theories. My mom was more of a fiction reader, so I didn't talk to her much. Well, we did. There was that Fox special on the moon landing. And we sat and watched that together back in the day, people. That was the first wake-up call, like, hey, the moon landing's probably not real. We sat there, thought it was going to be a joke. It was on Fox, I remember. And it was after, like, something important we watched. And our parents and I watched it, and we were actually quite like, oh, moon landing may not be real. I don't know how they feel anymore. I came out to my mother with being a flat earther. This is how I did it, everybody. Okay? So, y'all, we're not here to change their minds. Okay? We're not here to, unless they want to sit down in a classroom and have us teach them with their full attention, I'm not going to offer no more free services, free education. So I just talk from my point of view. That's all I do. I just talk from my point of view. And I learned this selling vitamins back in the day. Thank you, Dan, my old manager, for being such a good teacher. When I used to work at a mall that was busy, that mall's closed now. It's called Vitamin World. The place was awesome. But the thing is okay, those vitamins we were selling, they were like, they're not medicine. They're not FDA approved. So what we had to do to sell was go, this vitamin C was good for me when I had a cold. We can't say the vitamin C helps with colds. Does that make sense? The vitamin C helped me, helped my friend, helped my mother, helped another I heard another customer say that this vitamin C helped with their cold, my cold, but I couldn't say this helps with the cold. So that's good advice in a lot of things, and it keeps popping up in this flat earth that's in my head, and it keeps popping up, and it's like, so when I told my mother and everybody else in my life, because I don't take trips, I'm a very sheltered girl. I grew up with 4 older brothers and a dad, so I'm very sheltered. I don't know how to change a tire. People don't like me leaving the state. In my area, they will stop me. So I have to be like super clear. And I'm not mentioning names because it's a group effort. It's a little bit of this person, and it's a little bit of this person, it's a little bit of this person, but they will find a way that I have to stay. So they don't like trips. But anyway, so I told my mother, I'm going to the Flat Earth Conference in Dallas, and I'm going to be interviewed by Ike Diaz. Who's Ike Diaz? Well, I mean, you wouldn't know him, but he's got 3,000 subscribers, and I got 200. So that's who Ike Diaz is. Just call it a day, man. I'm not gonna sit there and argue. And that's how it went. It's over. I hate to bring my mother up, and I love her so much. But I know y'all are having trouble dealing with your all's family, and I think it's because we bring up the the tit for tat. They got a question, they'll ask it. They want to be like us and drop the brainwashing. They got to want to be like us and drop the brainwashing. You know, I'm guilty like everybody else back in the 90s of waiting for Apollo 13, you know? Ooh, that's bad. Waiting for Apollo 13. The manager of the movie theater took the couches from the lobby and put them, the movie was so full, and put them in the back, and we enjoyed Apollo 13. We thought that movie was awesome and true. Of course, probably everybody except me still thinks that story is true. That was in that room. But yeah, we are on our own. As much as I get mad at certain person, I really haven't got mad at but one person. And I'm over it now, and you know who you are. But, you know, we are a family with our problems, with our craziness. As long as you behave and not too disrespectful. Don't worry about what's in my cup. It's coffee this morning. But don't worry about what's in my cup. Especially after work. Golly. And so, I guess that's it. Next episode will be about how to fight hurricanes, how simple it is. And they're just using that against us. You know? I hate it for them, though, because Jesus is going to get them for hurting us. That's the thing, you know? I don't want nobody to get hurt. I got, like, special protection. I've seen people that be mean to me just die. Just straight up die. From illness. So, like, I don't want that for anybody. But Jesus is in charge of me. You know, so, you know, I got no control over it. You know. Oh, gosh. But yeah. Okay, so, good things to buy to stock up for the winter right now. They're on sale. Sauces, barbecue sauce, ranch sauce, mayo, ketchup, mustard. That's all on sale right now. Go ahead and grab it. Of course, the Pantene Pro deodorants are on sale. Don't forget to use coupons for your toothbrushes and toothpaste because that stuff's just gotten high. I didn't realize that. I had a hookup and then it ran out, and I didn't realize how expensive this stuff was. And what else I got? My chickens passed away, so that was upsetting. That was a little depressing. I miss my chickens and my little chicks. And then my dog got like twice as big. I'm like, I wonder who did that. I wonder. Oh, Elvis is saying, oh gosh. Jurassic is a trip. Y'all got to be watching him. He is a trip. Oh my gosh, he is so funny. And not funny, but just anything that I watch and it gets me to research him more is good. Apparently Elvis is Trump and Trump is Elvis. That's what I concluded from watching something about his show. So y'all definitely need to check that out. Catching on to the words and all that, I think is great. Who was it that put on Facebook? It was so great. I forgot. Anyway, brain fart moment. But yeah, this is so I'm using the system because right now we're compounded by system. We're just compounded, you know. So try to buy things on sale, use a coupon, and try to use these 5 save 25 off. Same, that's a triple money saving thing. You know, stick with it, save some money. If y'all have the app Live Me, I definitely recommend a motivational speaker called At Jones. Oh, if you saw this, you'd be disappointed. But definitely watch At Jones. He's a motivational speaker. He's from New York, and he'll get you going. Teach you how to save your money, how to be somebody in life, because it ain't all about the flat earth. It's about us. If we don't show that we are better people over flat earth, then nobody's going to want to be interested. You know what I'm saying? If we don't show we're decent people, we got it going on, nobody's going to want to be interested. They're just going to think we're crackheads. Oh gosh, I shouldn't use that. They're just going to think that we're, I guess, stupid, you know. But I bet we could go teach who was it said? You know, we could go teach a science class right now, you know, and probably be better than the science teacher, because we got to learn all that. We got to learn all this Greek mythology and all this to prove that they're lying. We gotta understand them better than they understand themselves to prove they're lying. It's crazy. Oh, please subscribe, share, like, and I'll talk to y'all later. Hopefully I'll look better and feel better, and the world won't be so mean to me. Hopefully. And I gotta clean my house. I need help with this show. I try to get some help from you. Oh, you want to look at pictures? One before we leave, let's look at pictures. You're like, what do you do with your free time? Don't you just sit and cook, you know, a thing? I mean, this is me and Sloan on vacation. If this doesn't tell you anything, we need a vacation from the vacation. Oh, sweet daughter. Daughters. Look at this one, guys. This is how you live life right here. How much more? Oh, you said, oh, bam. Sometimes you gotta remind your husband that he's happy. I had a couple drinks on this one. I'm funner when I drink. Just let y'all know. Totally. I would definitely look out of it. Oh, look at that. I don't know how I did that. Oh, man. These are my coworkers hanging up a sign. Aren't they cute? iMovie? I love them so much. Voice memos. Here's some. We don't need GarageBand, iMovie, Pages. Oh, that's cool. Let's make Pages. Keynote. There's a little girl eating. We had fun this. Aww. We went to the splash pad. That was free. That was free as best. And my boy thinking he's all that. And he's singing that Old Town. I like that Old Town Road song. Did you notice, like in the video, they go through that tunnel? Mud flood. Alright. That's cool. It's hard to watch yourself. I'd rather watch anybody else but me. It's so crazy. Oh. God, we just lost our cat. She was 16, down to 2 dogs and a lizard. Bless you. Aw, excited for his ass. It's depressing, Dawn. I mean, But it's also good because we gotta be joyful. Jesus Christ is King, man. You know, just gotta stay happy. And technically, like I don't want anybody to be doom and gloom, man. Jesus has made a very positive thing in my life, guys. I can't even. If I sit here and I told you all the times I won or something like that, like you would send me to the crazy house. You'd like that girl's a little. So I like. Aw, you did like the pigs. Awesome. Right, I didn't have kids. And I sit here and I take care of 3 kids. How'd that happen? Jesus. You know. Jesus. There's a lot going on. It's just like Jesus. Oh man. So I got this new baby. And can't use it because yeah, where it is. It's got one of these. So I need to put that in. So these things get stepped on. That's what I've noticed. Like these little cables. I hope that can unplug. Yeah. Just in case. But yeah, I like notice these little things can get stepped on and messed with real easy. So I don't have that thing. So I think I have a thing that I'll put it in my computer. I think it'll work the mic. That's the thing, like fake it till you make it. You don't know what you're doing ever. It looked really good. It looked really good at first. My idea was gonna work. I was like, I'm gonna have a microphone. And then it didn't happen. It is great. This was my thought process. Where's the picture? Cat. I'm surprised the cat didn't tear it up yet. Almost. You see that? I was like, well, that's it. Because I got one of these. I'm about to buy one of these. Bam! And it turned out it's not a bam. And it's not a go. No. No. Okay, so we'll put that there. Let's do some chill out. Let's do some. But I hope I don't have to get another computer. I really don't. Yeah. Bring it here. Yeah, I'm in the closet. Did you read it?
Mm-mm.
Well, you have to read it first. It's about your textbooks. Yeah. You know how to read. It's time to start actually doing it. Please?
I'm going to be taking one of these.
Huh?
I'm going to be taking
That's old. I throw it away. That's like 2 years old. Don't eat that. Please put it in the garbage. You get sick. We know exactly what happened. Oh. Is my coffee in there? Oh my gosh, we got 5 people watching. I thought it was just me and Don. My tech ability are like, I'm having issues. Like the last Mac I used, I was in high school. Like Mac, like a computer Mac, laptop Mac, was in high school. And I didn't start using Macs until, I don't know, 5 years ago. But now I want Apple products. I'm just spoiled on that. I'm gonna play a little song maybe. Ooh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. All right, we're gonna go for YouTube. American Design. This is my best friend Jeremy, and he decided to start a zoo in my backyard. No, it's a personal zoo. Fortnite has like a download problem. It's downloading. It's like updating. So we're trying to learn how to use a regular. I got a home phone, and we've never had a home phone before. And the kids are just teach your kids how to use a phone. The home phone people don't wait like they're 10 like me. I'm shallow. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's Friday night. We're up all night long. All night. Here. I look depressed. Oh my goodness. This recovery after depression video is gonna be kind of crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Money. We're gonna talk about 2008. I know a lot of y'all are older. This is actually a good message for young people, but they're on TikTok and they're on Snapchat. So I guess this is for people my age and up. I don't know if you've been living under a rock, what the other depression was like for you. But this is my experience of how to survive. Let's start out. Let's talk about 2008. Let's talk about, like, it was awful. I worked at a hotel, and they literally started cutting people's hours. It's definitely making me, oh my God. I'm so sorry, people. I am so sorry. Sometimes I just don't have it. I don't want to I don't even want to look at myself anymore. Okay. I'm telling you, it's harder to look at yourself than anybody else. There we go. Heavy thoughts.
Kinsley, and this is the beach, and water always reaches this level. Kinsley, and this is the beach, and water always reaches this level. Finds its level.
Right. See? It's level, guys. I'm just using the balcony to show how level. You ever put that balcony into it? Kinsley! Say, thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
There you go. Cool chick. Cool chick. Anybody just want to talk? How's your life going? I think the Fortnite is working. I don't know what to do for you. You're welcome, darling. Well, I guess what's wrong with that? I don't have nothing to say. I guess the thing today's lesson is going to be about self-preservation. That's one thing I really noticed. Everybody do what you can, and I understand a lot of people are going through depression, and I definitely don't want to So everyone is going through depression. I mean, it's happening. I know a lot of people. Your lives are going better, and I understand because you've been following your heart, and when trouble times comes, that's when I understand. But a lot of people, I understand, didn't jump on the bandwagon. I had like this crazy intuition, never had it before, to coupon like 6 months before Corona. I think you saw the coupon list, and that thing was like, I guess 10 months old, so maybe even before that. And I was couponing. I was couponing at CVS. I was one of those crazy ladies with 2 carts and everything. And I even had my favorite cashier. I had my favorite cashiers at different places because, you had to have some kind of alertness to be able to check me out. And I didn't always expect everything to work out perfectly. I'd always have more money than what I thought, because some coupons don't run through, especially those digital ones. Most of the time they do. We got a couple that won't pick up, and you gotta anticipate an extra $10, $20 sometimes. But I already can call and complain. But anyway, so I stocked up on shampoos, soaps, razor blades, everything. So during this pandemic, I did have to stock up on food, but with girls and everything washing our hair, like it was nice just to already have that stuff and already have the good brand, So I don't know. A lot of us did have just a feeling. A lot of us, I could tell something was going to happen. It was too calm. Something had to happen. Corona was an attack on us, the flat earthers, and thank you, Erica. So, we're gonna make it. We're totally gonna make it. And whatever we're gonna do. So. I do not want that. All the stuff.
And then take people to emergency hospitals out as fast as possible so we can save as many lives as possible to the rest of the people in the city of New York. And just pray. And things are safe and things are secure right now. And let's keep hoping and praying that the casualties are kept to the smallest number possible.
We've put out the appeal, Mr. Mayor, for blood donations from people nationwide. But what else can people do to be helpful?
Anyone that has emergency techniques or emergency expertise can volunteer. Volunteer at the local hospitals. Volunteer to give blood. We're gonna need blood. We have over 170 hospitals in the city of New York. We're gonna utilize virtually every single one of them, and the hospitals in the surrounding areas. So anyone that believes that they can donate blood, I'll give you at least one location, 153 East 53rd Street, that's 66th in Amsterdam. The Red Cross actually is at 66th in Amsterdam. So people can volunteer there, or they can go to 153 East 53rd Street and give blood. That would help a great deal. The hospitals are gonna need blood. If people have medical backgrounds and they volunteer at the hospitals, that would help, particularly later this afternoon when the people
reports, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to overstate this, but there has been reports from some of our people in the field of a sense of panic beginning to build, of a run on groceries and so forth. What can you do?
There's no reason at all for anyone to panic. The airspace around New York City is now secure. The federal government has cut off any flights. The fact is that the city of New York is safe right now. It's secure. People should not panic, and they should just go about their lives. And they should have confidence in America and American democracy. We're gonna overcome this, and we're gonna prevail. We're gonna find out. I'm sure our government's gonna find out who did it, and we're gonna make an example of it.
You know, of course, there was the mayoral primary and other primaries here in the city of New York. Those have been, we understand, canceled.
Yes, Governor Pataki and I decided about 2 hours ago that it did not make sense today to have an election going on. Among other things, we needed the police personnel that are used during the primary to focus on this rescue effort and assisting each other.
Where were you when this terrible episode began?
Well, when I first was notified, I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street, where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center, and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
75 Barclay Street, is that your command center?
That actually was a ground floor area right next to it. We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, we were on the phone talking to the governor of the White House, and the building collapsed, and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
From your long years of experience at the Justice Department, you are not only familiar with trying to govern Manhattan, but also familiar with the operation of terrorist cells. What do you say to the people who inflicted this terrible attack on America?
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this, and that we're going to make an example out of it. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of it.
Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, joining us live by telephone. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We know you have much to do today. It'll be a sleepless night and mostly a sleepless week for you, I'm sure, but thank you for taking the time to be with us. Once again, the mayor's words there. If you have medical specialties, if you can in some way contribute to the rescue effort, you're asked to report to your hospital. To be able to do that, ordinary citizens can donate blood at any hospital in the New York area or any of the blood centers that are already established. But please stay away from Lower Manhattan if at all possible. We're joined now by Marine Colonel Oliver North, former Marine Colonel Ollie North, who can give us some of his perspective. Ollie, a lot of people, Newt Gingrich among them, are saying that this is the 21st century Pearl Harbor. Do you agree?
Oh, it's far worse than Pearl Harbor, John. What we've got is a vicious attack on the United States. Interestingly enough, I was on my way back here from Detroit on what may well have been one of the last flights to get off the ground before all U.S. air travel was grounded. Our flight was due to land at National Airport, Reagan National. We were diverted to Dulles. I got a cab driver who was from, of all places, Afghanistan. Paid him heavily. Fox will pick up the tab for that, to get me back here into town. There's several remarkable things, John. In spite of the attack here on Washington, remarkable calm as people were courteous, but moving quickly to get out of the area. The attack on the Pentagon had activated all of the local law enforcement emergency rescue, to include the Fairfax fire and rescue experts, who are now, I'm told, being prepared to go to New York to assist in any recoveries that can be made up there. As you know, there are experts that worked on the first World Trade bombing and, of course, Oklahoma City. I'm also told that the attack that may have been aimed not at Camp David, but at the National Military Command Center, Fort Detrick, Maryland. The attack that apparently brought down a plane near Somerset, Pennsylvania. And finally, there is talk already here in Washington of postponing or indeed canceling the International Monetary Fund and World Bank conference here at the end of the month, which was scheduled for Washington and which the city was girding for. In fact, went through an emergency drill last week, which may well have helped some of the response here at this end. No doubt that this is the worst attack against the United States that we have ever experienced. My sense is, John, that there's going to be a call not to treat this as a crime, but to call it what it is, a war. And it may be a call for the Congress to do just exactly that, to make a declaration of war.
Ollie North, thank you. Stay with us if you would, please. Let's get some thoughts on that from another man who knows more than a thing or two about declarations of war. Al Haig, the former general and also former Secretary of State. Is it time to be talking about that? Is it time to declare some kind of a war here, Mr. Secretary?
Well, the terrorists have declared war on us for a number of years now. We simply haven't treated it as a war. I'm sure this very shocking and horrible day will certainly energize that kind of thinking, and I would be for it, certainly. We should declare war on terrorism, and we should take all the actions necessary to stamp it out. And that means working with our allies in close harmony, but also not to be hogtied by moral equivalence arguments, which have seemed to dominate our response up till now.
So what kinds of arguments can you see coming out of some kind of a strike against terrorist facilities?
Well, I don't have to draw any pictures there. We've seen it for a number of years. We saw it even dominate our decision to let Saddam Hussein survive the Gulf War, for which we should be very, very have second thoughts on that today. But we also know that bin Laden has made it very clear that this is a war against the United States and Israel, and we should take action accordingly. We haven't done that. And those who are giving them harbor and sanctuary, we should talk to in very forceful terms and take action if that's necessary. But for now, we Americans should avoid panic. We should stay united. We should shut up on what I call the recriminations of politically motivated operatives here in Washington. Unite behind our elected president and get on with the task of giving all the resources we can, our prayers, our physical resources, to the victims of this horrible
obviously great stress because they're right there. They're the closest hospital, but every hospital is going to need help.
We've had reports, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to overstate this, but there has been reports from some of our people in the field of a sense of panic beginning to build, of a run on groceries and so forth. What can you do?
There's no reason at all for anyone to panic. The airspace around New York City is now secure. The federal government has cut off any flights. The fact is that the city of New York is safe right now. It's secure. People should not panic, and they should just go about their lives, and they should have confidence in America and American democracy. We're gonna overcome this, and we're gonna prevail. We're gonna find out. I'm sure our government's gonna find out who did it, and we're gonna make an example of it.
You know, of course, there was the mayoral primary and other primaries here in the city of New York. Those have been, we understand, canceled.
Yes, Governor Pataki and I decided about 2 hours ago that it did not make sense today to have an election going on. Among other things, we needed the police personnel that are used during the primary to focus on this rescue effort and assisting each other.
Where were you when this terrible episode began?
Well, when I first was notified, I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street, where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center, and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
75 Barclay Street, is that your command center?
That actually was a ground floor area right next to it. We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, and we were on the phone talking to the governor of the White House, and the building collapsed, and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
From your long years of experience at the Justice Department, you are not only familiar with trying to govern Manhattan, but also familiar with the operation of terrorist cells. What do you say to the people who inflicted this terrible attack on America?
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this, and that we're going to make an example out of it. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of it.
Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, joining us live by telephone. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We know you have much to do today. It'll be a sleepless night and mostly a sleepless week for you, I'm sure, but thank you for taking the time to be with us. Once again, the mayor's words there. If you have medical specialties, if you can in some way contribute to the rescue effort, you're asked to report to your hospital. To be able to do that, ordinary citizens can donate blood at any hospital in the New York area or any of the blood centers that are already established. But please stay away from Lower Manhattan if at all possible. We're joined now by Marine Colonel Oliver North, former Marine Colonel Ollie North, who can give us some of his perspective. Ollie, a lot of people, Newt Gingrich among them, are saying that this is the 21st century Pearl Harbor. Do you agree?
Oh, it's far worse than Pearl Harbor, John. What we've got is a vicious attack on the United States. Interestingly enough, I was on my way back here from Detroit on what may well have been one of the last flights to get off the ground before all U.S. air travel was grounded. Our flight was due to land at National Airport, Reagan National. We were diverted to Dulles. I got a cab driver who was from, of all places, Afghanistan. Paid him heavily. Fox will pick up the tab for that, to get me back here into town. Several remarkable things, John. In spite of the attack here on Washington, remarkable calm as people were courteous, but moving quickly to get out of the area. The attack on the Pentagon had activated all of the local law enforcement emergency rescue, to include the Fairfax fire and rescue experts, who are now, I'm told, being prepared to go to New York to assist in any recoveries that can be made up there. As you know, they're experts that worked on the first World Trade bombing and, of course, Oklahoma City. I'm also told that the attack that may have been aimed not at Camp David, but at the National Military Command Center, Fort Detrick, Maryland, the attack that apparently brought down a plane near Somerset, Pennsylvania. And finally, there is talk already here in Washington of postponing or indeed canceling the International Monetary Fund and World Bank conference here at the end of the month, which was scheduled for Washington and which the city was girding for. In fact, went through an emergency drill last week, which may well have helped some of the response here at this end. No doubt that this is the worst attack against the United States that we've ever experienced. My sense is, John, that there's going to be a call not to treat this as a crime, but to call it what it is, a war. And it may be a call for the Congress to do just exactly that, to make a declaration of war.
Ollie North, thank you. Stay with us if you would, please. Let's get some thoughts on that from another man who knows more than a thing or two about declarations of war. Al Haig, the former general and also former Secretary of State. Is it time to be talking about that? Is it time to declare some kind of a war here, Mr. Secretary?
Well, the terrorists have declared war on us for a number of years now. We simply haven't treated it as a war. I'm sure this very shocking and horrible day will certainly energize that kind of thinking, and I would be for it, certainly. We should declare war on terrorism, and we should take all the actions necessary to stamp it out. And that means working with our allies in close harmony, but also not to be hogtied by moral equivalence arguments, which have seemed to dominate our response up till now.
So what kinds of arguments can you see coming out of some kind of a strike against terrorist facilities?
Well, I don't have to draw any pictures there. We've seen it for a number of years. We saw it even dominate our decision to let Saddam Hussein survive the Gulf War, for which we should be very, very have second thoughts on that today. But we also know that bin Laden has made it very clear that this is a war against the United States and Israel, and we should take action accordingly. We haven't done that. And those who are giving them harbor and sanctuary, we should talk to in very forceful terms and take action if that's necessary. But for now, we Americans should avoid panic. We should stay united. We should shut up on what I call the recriminations of politically motivated operatives here in Washington. Unite behind our elected president and get on with the task of giving all the resources we can, our prayers, our physical resources, to the victims of this horrible attack and this act of war.
Al Haig, thank you. Stay with us if you would. You mentioned the president, and we want to replay for you now what the president had to say around 12:30 today. The president was taken from Florida to Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made this statement. Let's listen to what Mr. Bush said.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary.
Blah, blah. I think the problem is we just like, oh no, please go to your channel. I think. No, quit. Please go to your channel. This was actually quite popular for the middle, of the night. This video.
You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I got the tapes that you sent me, Liz, and a few of you others who sent me tapes from December the 31st. And I have been doing exactly what I told you I was going to do. I've been going through them today, and I was going to edit a big long tape of and it's difficult. I've got to tell you, there is so much fear mongering and so much inaccurate reporting and all kinds of stuff that it's hard. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make the rest of this week a series of this stuff. And tonight's going to sort of set the stage. And you'll discover, if you were listening last night, why what you're going to hear tonight is so important. These are just short snippets of the Alex Jones Show from New Year's Eve, December the 31st. This is news. This is news, ladies and gentlemen. What you're going to hear here, what he's saying is deception. It's fear mongering. It scared the hell out of literally millions of people, and it got worse later. You're not even going to hear the worst part. You're just going to hear the beginning, because what you're going to hear tonight is just taken from the first 45 minutes of his broadcast. His broadcast on December the 31st, New Year's Eve. These are just little snippets taken from the first 45 minutes of the Alex Jones Show. I didn't take everything that was scary, because we don't have time to do that if we're going to talk about it. But I took just little snippets from the first 45 minutes, and his broadcast, I think, is 3 hours long. And it gets a lot worse as time goes on. You can hear the fear and the excitement and the adrenaline in Alex Jones's voice later on. You're not going to hear so much of that in the early stages of the broadcast. And then he goes on later on the Midas report with Michael Trudeau, and it totally gets out of hand. What you're going to hear is a buildup, and then later. And this is what makes me think that the whole thing was staged, because this buildup sets the stage for full-blown panic across the country.
They can hear you, but they can't see you.
You'll hear about that either tomorrow night or Thursday, but you're going to hear it, because this is just absolutely incredible. So stay tuned, folks, and be careful. You'll all get scared. I mean, just listening to this stuff on New Year's Eve, December the 31st, I had the Genesis Communications Radio Network patched through 101.1 FM, because I wanted the people in the Valley to hear what everybody else in the country was hearing, and they don't get anything here but music. That's all they get on all the stations, including mine, except for the hour of the time. So I wanted them to hear what everybody else in the nation was hearing, so that if there was a full-blown panic, they'd know why, because I knew these people were going to build everybody up into a ladder. And the reason, you know, I got to tell you, folks, there's times when law enforcement and government agencies and things like that are needed. And if these guys had succeeded,
as the Russian time zone in its eastern area near Japan was entering into Y2K, he resigned, and now Vladimir Putin, known as Vladimir the Ruthless, 800-259-9231. All right, let's go ahead and get to this article. Associated Press, this came out at 7:22 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, December 31st, 1999. Pennsylvania nuclear plant shut down. One of the two nuclear reactors at PECO Energy Co.'s Limerick Generating Station has shut down this morning after a piece of equipment failed. Company spokesman Neil McDermott said the problem was not Y2K related. It was declared an unusual event, the least serious emergency classification of a nuclear power plant. They got to have a serious emergency to shut down a plant, ladies and gentlemen. You power one down, you're not going to power it up for at least days. It was declared an unusual event. At 2:55 a.m., shutdown occurred when an insulator on the main generator transformer from Limerick 2 failed. We had reports yesterday of this. Off the record, I would not report it, but I had it from a good source that this plant was having problems along with 4 other plants. I may just go ahead and report it here. I mean, what do we get good information here? This has been going on for days. From our information, it is not this transformer that they're talking about. They wouldn't just shut a plant down over that. Something serious may be going on there. So that the central government, known as the federal government, the occupational government in Washington, D.C., has set up a huge $50 million command bunker hooked into all the FEMA boxes that can take over all the shortwave broadcast and commercial AM and FM stations, as well as television broadcast stations. And we hope they do not activate that, ladies and gentlemen. Police and military are on high alert, running around looking for supposed boogeymen and terrorists under every rock. Military are highly visible now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are trains of military equipment moving into Austin. 2 nights ago, on Wednesday night, Fox News reported that the airport will be used as a massive holding facility for troublemakers or rioters here in Austin that has no history of riots. They need to get that country locked down so they can stage the election for Vladimir Putin. I mean, this guy is a demon. Have you seen this guy? It's just how he's raging with power. I'm Alex Jones. I'm your host. I'm just one of the great hosts here on the GCN radio network, and I've been very passionate today because I can't even keep track of all the developing news that's coming in. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not even going to say it's 6 to 7 reactors across the country. I'm not even going to. It's bad, and I got this news about the Pennsylvania plant early yesterday. Got it again off air. Confirmed it with someone that is 99% accurate, not like I am. Trying to report the truth, and now I've got the Associated Press saying, "Well, they shut the whole plant down, but they call it an unusual event, the least serious emergency classification of a nuclear power plant." Well, it's got to be pretty bad for them to power a plant down. Time is getting shorter until Y2K. If you want to be sure your family and loved ones weather the potential Y2K storm of delays, shortages, or interruptions of services, then now is the time to stock up on emergency supplies and a whole food reserve. As the developments move forward with this Y2K and this gear up for clamping down America and Russia and around the world, my globalist forces will be bringing you the news as long as we're here on the air. Now pretty much dictator and controller of Russia publicly, and here in America they're gearing up and bracing for terrorism and militarizing everything in front of us. So it's happening there, it's happening here. There they're using the war with Chechnya. Here they're using Y2K and the threat of terrorism. Oh, this is extremely serious. 2 weeks ago, Topol M, 6,200-mile super range, multiple warhead, newest design U.S. clone technology missiles were deployed across Russia. They're mobile. These are first strike type systems. They're also designed to survive several strikes from America or any other nation. They're deploying these, and Yeltsin openly has been threatening us weekly to nuke us. I mean, it's just getting insane. And absolutely, this looks like just one more ratchet on the takeover of America. And yes, they have an extreme strongman KGB leader running Russia right now. They have deployed their missiles against us and their submarines, and have already delivered fully functional missile cruisers to China. Yes, he took the codes off, and he took away our first strike capability. By first strike, that means if missiles are in the air, let's say 4,000 of them. Russians have got a lot more than that. Right. 4,000 missiles coming in, subs launching, suitcases going off. We have to wait until we absorb the first strike. That will mean virtual annihilation to our military brass. I know you're CFR. You've been told you'll be able to be in the bunker if they go to this level. I don't know if they'll do it. It may just be ratcheting down the global system. All I know is this: Boris Yeltsin, at 4 o'clock in the morning, as the Russian time zone in its eastern area near Japan was entering into Y2K, he resigned, and now Vladimir Putin, known as Vladimir the Ruthless by the Russian people, is now taken the reins of power, supreme power in Russia, and he is a former KGB chief.
There's something else I want to tell you, Alex.
Well, hold on just a second. Okay. I mean, this is extremely serious. Again, I was getting this information, which you just said 2 days ago, and I got it I ignored it then I got it yesterday, and now it's in the Associated Press that in Pennsylvania, where you're calling from, in the city you're calling from, one of 2 nuclear reactors at PECO's Energy Co. Limerick Generating Station was shut down this morning after a piece of equipment failed. They're saying it's non-Y2K related. This is just unbelievable.
One other thing, I heard Bo Gray say this morning that Russia said if their power goes out, that they're going to blame us and they're going to set off their nuclear warheads.
Well, I didn't hear that, but I would be interested to have any details. Do you have the details of what Colonel Gray said?
No, that's all I heard him say was that they said if they had a power blackout, they'd blame it on us.
I know they're threatening to nuke us every single week. I've read the Associated Press, Reuters, Interfax News Agency, London Times articles here. I mean, I read Yeltsin and Jiang Zemin's quotes, the dictator of China, and they're saying we'll nuke you. I mean, they spell it out. We will hit you with nuclear weapons. We reserve the right to hit you. 3 weeks ago, their head of their missile forces said we reserve the right to nuke you first. Their currency is plunging. The Egyptian pound is plunging against the dollar, the Japanese yen, the Deutsche mark, and just all of it. It's and the same thing is starting to develop here in America. Many of the gas stations here in Austin have the little gloves over the pumps saying they're out of fuel. You never see this in Austin, Texas. Right here in South Austin, I've seen several stations. We don't know. This is just a Y2K that was here. Just bizarre behavior. Americans standing up as Russia threatens to attack us with nuclear weapons, as nuclear power plants, at least one, are being shut down, as the military runs around with the police and the FBI saying terrorism is imminent. And some would characterize us as dangerous because we report the facts. Absolutely out of control. Just maintain your readiness, be calm, defend your family, defend your country. Doing a fabulous job. He is consulting with people that he knows personally. A lot of former military people that now own radio companies. And, in fact, I'm not going to say who the individual is. I'm sure he can call it publicly. I just don't want to give a lot of folks' names out on the air. They have activated a powerful Cold War radar system in the North Pole region. That is something that is grounding out shortwave. The entire 9400 band, all throughout the 9.4000 up to 9.9. I mean, the military traffic is everywhere right now, ladies and gentlemen. Scrambled. We've got superpower radar systems, nuclear systems up. Perhaps our military is refusing. It was Clinton that shut down the Cold War radar system. It's now back up for people that actually worked in there. We have it confirmed from the sound and where it's coming from experts. Fresno, where our servers are located, is in the middle of a blackout, ladies and gentlemen. We're off the internet. This is just absolutely out of control. That's why the commercial stations are so important. For information coming at you on the other side as Y2K develops. Many of you have been preparing for the worst of times, putting away storable foods and water. While this makes perfect sense, we at Midas Resources urge you to consider the possibility of having to flee for your lives. Though the very prospect of this sounds grim, the possibilities are more than remote. Asian countries now having long-range nuclear bombs, a politically unstable Russia, and an increasing presence of NATO here on U.S. soil could spark a ground war in the West.
I told you. I got a computer now?
Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups.
Yeah.
You want answers?
This is
Well,
way
so does he.
Anybody in the
He's
chat?
Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network.
Hey, it's going
And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones, bringing you continuing, unfiltered,
very fancy.
unabashed reality. I am Alex Jones. I am your host.
He does chalk art.
Same to the hour of the time. I'm William Cooper. The phones are open 520-333-4578. We'll take your calls. And the first thing I want to talk about
Good
is
morning, Voynich.
what is he trying to instill in his audience here? With what you've heard, what is he trying to make the audience feel? 520-333-4578. This is all very important, folks. You'll find out in the next couple of days where this goes. And when you find out where it goes, if you weren't listening on December the 31st, you're going to be
you're
shocked
fancy.
because it has the smell of a setup. It has the
You speak
total
more than
smell
one language.
of a setup.
You do chalk art.
520-333-4578 is the number. Where do you think
That's
he's
pretty
leading
fancy
his
in my
audience? What do you think
And
he's
you live in
instilling
Holland.
in his audience
They only-
with what
pretty
you
fancy.
heard during those short snippets? And remember, that's the only snippets from the first 45 minutes of the broadcast on December the 31st, New Year's Eve. There's still 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. Can you believe it? 2 hours and 15 minutes to go, and he's already set the stage for something very serious that's going to happen later. 520-333-4578. What did it make you feel like? How did you, if it was December the 31st, New Year's Eve again, and you knew that at the stroke of midnight, everybody was expecting everything to come to a grinding halt because of Y2K.
what would this have made you feel like? What would be your emotional state
Yeah,
right
what did
now
Andy
if you
do here?
if you were to have an emotional state?
We did that like 2 months ago. We're just as guilty.
The number's 520-333-4578.
I did it. I ran and bought a whole bunch of canned goods. I'm over that now.
You're on the air.
Yeah, Bill, I'll just chime in with this. You figure that the Austin, Texas area used to be Jim Hightower country, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's a town in Texas, which, you know, Texas is a relatively conservative so-called state. But I think that Metro Austin is a pretty liberal bastion.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right? It's sort of like
far left wing.
yeah, it's like Madison, Wisconsin South.
Yeah.
And so you figure, you know, when I realized that there was a lot of like grassroots libertarian type stuff happening in that town, it just made sense to me that the feds, given what was going on with the Republic of Texas thing, were definitely going to focus on that area and probably try to whip things up.
Oh boy, did they ever.
And then, you know, Alex Jones was associated with this guy who was, what was his name? It was the same name as the fellow who was the president of the Confederacy, Jeff Davis.
Uh-huh.
And I looked at that name and I said, is this guy's name really Jeff Davis? Did his mama call him that? Or did he take on this name to give patriotic people the whiff of, you know, the Confederacy and bigotry?
Sure, you're on the right trail.
Yeah. So you done a good job exposing him. Look forward to listening to the rest of the tape.
Oh, wait a minute. What did that make you feel when you were listening to that?
Well, the same, you know, I've listened to enough, you know, Boatwright's broadcast to get a feel for that type of stuff.
I did Kathy O'Brien earlier, and she said that people under heavy mind control, if they start like glitching, you know what I'm saying? They'll start having respiratory and heart issues. Just like COVID. Yeah. Enough brainwashing off the TV.
They're called hypochondriacs. Whatever they see is wrong with them. Those are the ones that got the numbers up from the get. When there really was no testing, they're just calling their doctor. I think I got COVID. Yep. Sounds like you got it. We'll just go ahead and stay home for 2 weeks. Remember, only hypochondriacs you think called in right then as soon as it all started.
Oh, they're still getting in line. We're under a pandemic where people are dying less.
They're definitely, you know, whipping people up. I can't imagine who is so gullible, who, you know, can get swept up with that. But I guess there's people out there.
Yeah. What do you think he was specifically preparing you to think? Did you get the whole gist of what he was talking about there?
I guess I failed to get what you're driving at beyond what I've said.
What was the main thing that he concentrated on?
That Russia was imminently going to attack the continental United States.
You've got it. That we were going to be nuked by Russia.
Right.
He spent 45 minutes of the first hour preparing his radio audience to believe that Russia was going to nuke us because of Y2K.
Right.
And guess what happened much later? Well, never mind. Let it be a surprise.
Okay, I haven't heard it before, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, this was a setup from the word go. This guy is not on our side. He's a commercial broadcaster, number one. And number two, he was never a member of the Patriot movement at all. All of a sudden, he started picking this stuff up and just running with it.
Well, let me get a dig in, Bill. Captain Conspiracy, if you're out there, Dutch told you so. Thank you.
Well, it's true, folks.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Number's 520-333-4578. What did you think about it? There's a lot of people out there sitting there scratching your heads. You heard it. I played it for you right here. You heard it. What did you think about it? If you were listening to that on December the 31st, 1999, how would that make you feel? What would be going through your mind? What would you be thinking about? Hello? Anybody home? Or have you all just had just a total migration of your brain power? You know what I'm talking about out there. And you know me, folks.
I'm not in a popularity contest. I don't give a damn what anybody thinks about me. I only
We lost you, Bill.
And you know me, folks. I'm not in a popularity contest. I don't give a damn what anybody thinks about me. I only care about the truth, period. The truth. And it's about time some of you got acquainted with the real hard truth. What was going on New Year's Eve was whipping the American people up into a hysteria, hoping, trying to make them do something that would justify martial law. That's why the military and the federal agencies and the FBI and everybody was all geared up and ready to go. Good evening, you're on the air.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
This is Matt from Florida. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, I think that guy, he was just trying to scare people and get them into a panic.
Oh, you know, that was just the beginning.
It would be a lot of fun to get a hold of someone that actually called the Bill Cooper show. What was it like to call Bill Cooper? What was it like to talk to Bill Cooper? Leave a comment. I got this, I might beam you in.
And that's not even, he hasn't even started yet. That's just the first 45 minutes of a 3-hour broadcast, and he's just beginning to get warmed up.
Well, I haven't been listening to shortwave too much lately. I've been mostly tuned into the internet and the press. I used to listen to WWCR back around 93, 94, 96. You hear some of the same kind of things back then for some of these people. But probably not so much like the Y2K crowd.
Well, you see, the government knows they can't pull another Waco. They got to try and get us to do something to justify what they want to do. And everything that was happening on December the 31st on the Genesis Communications Radio Network and many others was all trying to whip up the American people to do something stupid so that they could actually declare martial law and start rounding people up.
I've been making preparations for quite some time as far as food storage and weapons training and some of that kind of stuff. But that's mainly just for whatever happens to come down the pipe.
Yeah,
not specifically for Y2K.
Just hang loose. Yeah. You should always be prepared for any emergency. But
I'm making my preparations since before Y2K became too hyped up, you know.
Well, I was telling people to get prepared and stock up on 2 years of food storage and water and guns and ammunition, everything 8 years ago. In fact,
I've got myself a 1.5 year supply of food, so I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, well, that's great. You're going to need it one of these days. But you don't ever let anybody whip you up into making it happen. Remember, we must have the moral high ground. So we have to wait for them to do something that justifies acting. Justifies restoration by the militia of the lawful constitutional Republican government of this country.
Besides the fires the first shot, we'll probably lose public opinion. They don't have public opinion.
Absolutely.
They'll probably lose the war.
That's right. Whoever fires the first shot loses. I've said that since 1989.
Interesting. Whoever shoots the first shot loses. I've never heard that before. But we're revisiting today.
I've been telling people that, and it's the truth. And if they fire the first shot, and the militia moves against them legitimately and lawfully to restore constitutional Republican government, and they bring the military against us, the entire American population will support us. But if we fall into these traps that these people were laying on December the 31st, forget it. It's all over.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Well, I'll let you go.
Okay, thanks for calling. Thank you. 52033.
We still have Alex Jones. He's exactly the same. I don't want to just leave Alex Jones out in the wind. He is a big anti-vaxxer, even in the Army. There was an anthrax vaccine they gave everybody. He does talk about that. What else did he talk about? He totally avoided Pizzagate. He totally avoided Sandy Hook. But the vaccine thing did pretty good. The Patriot seats suck. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell y'all. The seeds that Alex Jones sells sucks. But also, I bought some trees from Tractor Supply this year, and they suck also. So, whatever.
3, 4,
And I don't know about that iodine stuff. I just threw it out the other day. I didn't take it all.
5, 7, 8 is the number. This is like high school. See, you know, I just slammed the popular guy in the senior class, rightfully so, and I let you know what this guy is really doing, and you're all scared to death to get on the phone and talk about it. Just like high school. Which brings me back to something else I've always said. America's nothing but a bunch of little chicken cowards. The vast American population, most of them, are cowards. And that's why you all file and pay your income tax, even though none of you can find a law that requires you to do it.
We're still doing
Isn't that right, folks? Isn't that true?
Yep.
And here, you know, that's something else. Do you ever ask Alex Jones if he files and pays income tax? Good evening, you're on the air.
Hey, Bill, it's Monty from Radio Free Vermont.
Hi, Monty.
Hey, it's basically just to stir up the people.
Yeah.
Get them all whipped up into a frenzy, and then get them to take action upon that frenzy.
Well, they almost succeeded. I mean, people really went off the deep end, and you'll hear what sparked that later. You'll hear that either tomorrow night or Thursday night. But they actually got to that point where they panicked. Large numbers of people actually.
Well, Bill, I'm going to have to hear something worse because I really have been listening to Alex Jones. I've just been hearing typical Alex Jones. Maybe in 2000 we weren't used to it, but definitely in 2020, I take Alex Jones with a grain of salt. But he is an anti-vaxxer, and he was talking that he's stuck to that. So I'm gonna give him that because that's poisoning people right here, right now, today at Walgreens, at CVS. People are getting poisoned at the doctor. They will not read the inserts like Alex Jones. Alex Jones taught me this. I want to see the insert of the vaccine. I want to see what's in it, and I want to read the side effects. And if the nurse hadn't done those two, then I don't want that. And if the doctor hadn't done those two, I don't want that either. Now, the dentist did convince me to go ahead and start brushing my teeth with fluoride again. Anyway, I think the teeth are a lost cause. Doesn't really matter. But I've always used like half the recommended brand of toothpaste. But I'm also a small person, so I don't know. Maybe that's what saved me.
We're heading for the hills. Really?
It's sick because the one thing that we need the least is a revolution.
Right.
And we're not going to like what comes out of it. It may not turn out the way we want it to turn out. It may turn just the opposite.
Revolution, you never know what the outcome of a revolution will be.
Yeah.
But a restoration is something different. We all know what the outcome.
They're literally killing my friends and family with these vaccines every day. I'm like, please don't take the vaccine. Please don't take the vaccine. To every single one of them, and they all think I'm stupid and they don't believe me. And it's just, I mean, I'm not smart. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nurse. But I listened to at least Alex Jones talk about vaccines, and I was like, that makes sense. And you don't need all that crap in vaccines, but they're just, man. Oh, I can't get into detail because I figured out what I'm going to do about it, but I mean, they are just they're pushing. You can't even vaccine your pets. Pushing.
Outcome is going to be. We know what the
They started with the pets. Then they got heavy with the people.
goal is: to restore constitutional Republican government,
Never seen it.
to do away with the excesses in government, to arrest those who have subverted this country and destroyed it, and hold them until they can be tried by a jury of their peers as the Constitution dictates, and find out if they're innocent or guilty.
I agree. I mean,
And if they're guilty, hang them.
Lenin said that socialism was brought about through revolution.
Yeah.
And that's what these people are trying to do.
They're trying to instigate the American people to rise up against the government to justify changing the entire character of this nation and bring about one world totalitarian socialist government.
This video is like 20 years old. And it's like they're talking about today. Is it just a continuous narrative?
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Now, Bill, is it just my imagination, or has that network been the same network that Mark Cornke has had that's gone through, 3 or 4 different changes of name and et cetera?
No, I don't think so. Mark Cornke and John Stadtmiller started out with their own network, and that became Truth Radio Network. And Stadtmiller does have a show on Genesis Communications Network, but Truth Radio Network is something entirely different.
Because it all seems to me sometimes, I remember back in listening to Shortwave a couple years ago, it was always the same voices, different names, always the same players in the play.
Yeah.
Just different character names.
Sure.
So,
and you'll
more of the same.
Yeah, and you'll.
Wow. Wow.
Never find anybody like me on any network like that, because they certainly don't want the American people to really know what the truth is.
Well, I'll let you go.
Okay. Thanks for calling. Or anybody like you, Monty. 520-333-4578. Monty runs Radio Free Vermont, which carries this broadcast and other good broadcasting. He does his own broadcasting in Vermont. He has successfully whooped the butt.
We got a comment from West Texas. I think the narrative has been recycled more than we know. Right. So we just go in 20-year cycles. Oh, they're trying to do the communism. And then we get attacked. And then some bigger government takes over our little government. And then we live in that for a while. And then we have a economic bust. And then we get fired and we live through that for some more. And then we have an end of the world scenario. But then that doesn't happen. And then we find out 8 years later, the time and the calendar's all messed up and we're back at 8 years ago and the world's going to end again. With a communist revolution on top of it, with a fake pandemic. Good God. I've been up all night, and I just want to say I love you guys.
Of the FCC, when he did exactly what I told him to do. See, the argument with the FCC is never freedom of speech or anything else like that. It's always jurisdiction. If you stick to jurisdiction and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, they can't win. It's absolutely impossible. Unless they stand up openly in front of the entire world and rip the Constitution to shreds. If they do that, then they can win anything they want to do because they can make their own rules, which, they do whenever they can. Good evening, you're on the air.
Yes, good evening. First, I'd like to say this live feed on the internet is great.
They do that anyway. And I'm not saying I'm smarter than Bill Cooper. I don't even know if Bill Cooper is a real person or anything. He could be a false narrative on YouTube. I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm just using the hindsight of 2020 because I'm just 20 years from this video, and Bill Cooper can't pull it back up and show himself because either his character or the real person in him died. I don't know. Here, I bet about half of y'all know. They're probably already listening to this, but thank you for being here.
Well, thank you.
I mean, I haven't been able to get you on the shortwave, so
yeah, you can thank Scott Becker for that live internet.
Yeah, I thank him every night. Reason why I'm calling, being I live here in New Jersey, kind of reminds me of something that happened, I guess, 40, 50 years ago, when there was a radio broadcast that supposedly we were being invaded from Mars.
Oh, yeah.
In the War of the Worlds.
Uh-huh.
And it pretty much terrorized the metropolitan area here.
It did.
People were shooting at water towers.
Yeah. And what was the name of the city in New Jersey that was featured in that?
Grover's Mill?
Yeah, Grover's Mill. All the people in Grover's Mill forgot they even had a water tower. They came out with their guns and they saw their water tower in the night, in the moonlight, in the starlight, and they thought it was one of the alien tripod machines, and they shot their own city water tower full of holes.
Right.
And from just listening to that 45-minute clip, it just brought me back to remember listening to that show.
They got people to destroy their own water supply. I've never heard that story before. A lot of stories. But this one isn't so bad. But like, if you start researching like Civil War, oh my goodness, it's like story after story after story. Like, you've got to be a good storyteller to know anything about history. And I'm tired. I'm different. And I guess that's what's going to make me stand out.
And it's just amazing that people just don't look out their own window to see what's actually going on.
Well, I don't think they care. I think they want something to be going on. I think they're waiting for somebody to tell them what to do. I think they're waiting for somebody to whip them up and get their adrenaline going and make fools out of them.
But some people want that though.
I know they do. And they're called stupid sheeple.
Because I work on aircraft, and that night I was working. And matter of fact, I was actually using the HF radio that you said was not working because we do time checks all the time, and that's at 10.00. And we always, and I just wanted to listen to the Universal Coordinated Time, just wait for the actual real midnight, which most of the industry uses, which was 7 o'clock Eastern time.
How'd you like the way he was whipping up the Christians by calling Putin a demon?
Yeah, if this was the Oprah show, I'm having one of those aha moments to West Texas. I'm afraid I'm talking too much, but yeah, that's why I keep talking. I keep having those aha moments, which is probably evil, the aha thing. I think it is, but anyway, you get me.
Putin is just a human being that happens to live in the Soviet Union and has risen to some position of prominence. We may not like his politics, we may not like his philosophy, but he's just a man like everybody else. He is not a demon.
Well, he was just a person, put on a pedestal so everybody can see her.
Oh, Cornelius Jones, he's a demon. He's a demon.
Heck, I could put some of my boys to work and make them demons too. That I demonstrate to be worse.
Yeah.
All right, Bob. I'll get off the air so somebody else calls.
Thanks for calling. 520-333-4578 is the number. If you got any guts, call us up. Let us know what you think about it. If you disagree, call up and let us know what you think about it. Not too many people do that, though. They don't know how to participate in a real argument. People think that an argument is yelling at each other. An argument is two people taking opposing sides in a conversation. And why it's called an argument is because each one has to support their side with facts in a decent, polite, intelligent exchange of ideas. That's what an argument really is. Good evening. You're on the air.
Oh, Bill, I'm calling from Canada. I can barely hear you here every night. The VOA is wiping you out every night here.
Well,
I can just barely hear what you're saying, but I listen to Jones every day, and I don't think he's a government agent, but I don't believe most of what he says.
Well, good for you. You shouldn't, because most of what he says is definitely not true.
He was trying to set us up for doomsday.
Yeah.
And one thing he always talks about every day is that there's Chinese and Russian troops all over the U.S. Have you seen any?
There are no Chinese and Russian troops in the U.S. except those who are on legitimate exchange training programs.
And then another thing, he says that Canadian and Mexican troops are getting ready to invade the U.S.
That's a lie. That's
Can you believe this? Canadian. We only have a total of about 50,000 troops in our whole military. Yeah. We can barely defend our own country.
Yeah, it's just a bold-faced lie. I'm calling him a liar when he says that right now. It's a lie. Canadian troops and Mexican troops are not gearing up to invade the United States of America.
Yeah, well, he repeats that every day.
I know, but Mexican troops have their hands full with the Zapatistas down in southern Mexico, and they sure don't want to tangle with the United States of America, I can guarantee you.
Well, certainly.
They couldn't even beat the... Let me tell you something. They'd have trouble with the Texas Rangers.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that the Mexican army is a bad army. They just don't compare with our level of training and technology. They've never fought major wars like we have. Their training is, they couldn't do it. They just could not do it. They're good, decent people down there in Mexico.
So
what does he think they're going to do? Occupy the United States? This is ridiculous.
It's a lie. It's just a bold-faced lie. And hold off on that web. See, I don't know if he's a government agent or not, but if he's not a government agent, he was sure duped on December the 31st.
Well, I think he's been duped himself by a lot of this stuff.
Well, could be.
He actually believes it.
Wait till you hear later on, either tomorrow night or Thursday night, a general is going to come out and make an announcement that is going to fulfill all of this stuff that he's building people up to
about the missiles being shot off.
Well, we're not going to talk about that yet. We're going to hold that till tomorrow night or Thursday night.
Okay.
And you'll see where this is leading. He builds people up, and then the government delivers the coup de grace. And then he whips up the frenzy, and you can hear the fear and the adrenaline in his voice, and you can tell that these people are panicked.
Right on.
And it causes panic in the population, and people start heading for the hills. They were scared to death.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll keep listening.
Thanks a lot. 520-333-4578 is the number. See, I bet you most of the people who were listening on December 31st don't even have the brains to be able to put all this together and understand that they were set up to be terrorized, to become hysterical, to head for the hills, to do something stupid. And I'm awful glad that didn't happen. You see, they went overboard. They scared them so bad that they didn't riot. They were trying to dig holes. Good evening. You're on the air.
Mr. Cooper, this is George in Arkansas.
Hi, George.
I'm glad you've put this all out for everybody to analyze and listen to again. I myself missed it when it was initially on.
Well, you got to do that because people don't think anymore. And see, if I didn't lay this out and let them examine it, they would never even know it occurred, even though they were listening to it and got scared by it all.
Yes, sir. No, before anyone realized what really going on, they would be out in panic mode doing whatever.
Yeah. Well, many of them were, but thank God they didn't riot.
He was also on Tex Mars' show the other night. I had listened to him spewing the same stuff that he had the other night, and of course, promoting his video.
Now, he claims that he's always said that Y2K would amount to nothing and nothing would happen. Well, you can see by what you listen to that that's not true. He was promoting it. And I listened to his show this morning. He's still saying that that what he's doing is pulling all the normal news that normally occurs that nobody ever pays any attention to, and he's blaming every bit of it on Y2K. If a little town loses their power for a few hours, it's Y2K. If a computer goes down in a video rental store, it's Y2K.
It's going to be real amusing how they try and spread this out over the next few months to keep the keep everybody on the edge of their seat.
Oh yeah, they still got all the Y2K commercials going. They're still pulling in the money, and there's still people buying into it.
And then, like you said, 5/5/2000, they'll
guess what he said today? And I called the Atomic Energy Commission to find out if it was true. He said that 12 atomic power plants had shut down in this country. He said that 2 had shut down in Japan. Well, I went to high school in Japan. I made some good friends. I know people in Japan. It's not true. They had a computer problem at 2 nuclear power plants in Japan, and the computer problem was with the computer that monitors certain things in the reactor. And a lot of it is monitoring of radiation. They did not shut down the plants, and within just a few hours, they had both of the computers fixed. No atomic power plants were shut down in Japan. I can't find anywhere in the United States where 12 atomic power.
Y'all remember the earthquake of Japan with the? We need to do a day on that. I am so enjoying this. I got a new computer, guys, but I guess I got kind of depressed and sat there. But then I talked to Tommy, we prayed, and I feel better now. Tommy tell the truth or whatever, so I was on a show, so I'm feeling more confident. And I need to quit I do so much laundry, and I get so depressed over laundry, but I just need to just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Anyway, okay, so back to this. They're just hitting on some hardcore stuff. And I mean, we make. I feel like I'm just catching like 20 extra %. I'm having a little bit of a Mandela effect because I totally remember Alex Jones' Y2K broadcast being so much worse. And I gotta explain Y2K. Y2K is like the year 2000 from 1999 to 2009. Just gotta make sure y'all know. Hi, Flat Stuffers. So, yeah. So that's Y2K. I partied. I was like 16 years old. There was this new neighborhood that like got built in my town, and the houses were really close to each other. And so I was going like house to house to like different parties because everybody's parents were having a party. It was awesome. No Y2K, but apparently I didn't have a Mandela effect because apparently I listened to Alex Jones Y2K and Y2K thing like on the internet. I didn't even listen to it back then because I didn't know who he was, but on the internet, I just remember it sounding so much worse than what I'm listening to right now. And somehow I remember just Bill Cooper just tearing him a new one. But this seems just pretty tame to what I remember. So I just feel like I'm having Mandela. And it just happens, and I just like go with it now, you know.
The plant's shut down. I can find 3 periods. At 12 or down, I imagine we'd be in a bad state of affairs here.
Thank you, Flat Stuff Earth. No, I get it. Sorry, I've been up all night. Flat Stuff Earth. Oh, no! I want to play videos. I want to watch conspiracy videos. She just ironed that shirt. Hang it up. The fancy man tells me to hang up the shirt. Oh my gosh. I did, man. Yeah, some of these clothes smelling good. I've been using some Gain and some OxyClean. Hot soapy water. Remember, a good truther makes memes and videos. I know. I'm being lazy. That's what I got you for, Flat Stuff Earth. You hit hardcore like that.
I found 3, period. The one in Pennsylvania, one in Michigan, and one down south somewhere. I forget exactly where it's at. But they all shut down for normal, routine things that go wrong in power plants. You see, when you have machinery and you have technology and you have computers, things go wrong. And you have to sometimes shut down equipment to fix things. And it's not a big catastrophe. You notice how he kept saying in those clips that I was running that they didn't shut down for that power transformer. It had to be something really wrong happened in there. Well, that's a lie. They really did shut down because some insulation in the transformer failed. And they only shut down 1 of 2 reactors that they have because if the reactor is going, they couldn't go in there and work on this piece of equipment that generates the electricity because of the steam pressure.
Yeah.
And they had to shut it down to bleed the system in order to work on it.
As you stated, he's a change agent. He's making it very apparent.
Well, I don't know if he's a change agent. He just might be a dupe. They just might be feeding him this information, and him being such a young man and not understanding how disinformation works, he just might be taking the ball and running with it. He might.
Mouthpiece.
Yeah, he just might be an unwitting agent, is what we call that in the intelligence community.
But thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Voynich says Y2K was only a problem for 2-digit counters connected to multiple digit computers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was about like the last 2, like some to save space in these computers, which makes like no sense. Instead of letting it 1999 changing over to 2000, they were all going to change back over to 0 or like 1. That was our guess. That's what they were feeding. That's the narrative that they were feeding us. So everything was supposed to shut down over a few computers. It was ridiculous. And then I thought it was also interesting. Bill Cooper was like, yeah, sometimes you gotta shut down. Back then, it was better just to leave your computer running if it was like a desktop. Because once you started shutting it down and booting it back up, that's when they started messing up. So it's always just better to leave it hooked up. Yeah, all fear tactics we see over and over. And now, yes, West Texas. Exactly. Like, we got the boomers, right? And they were traumatized by the Vietnam War. Going, not going, it was traumatizing, okay? So now, the same boomers are about to make that big jump into heaven, and they hadn't gotten right with Jesus yet, and so they're just clinging on to anything. Wear a mask, stay away from me, I'll die alone in the nursing home. Like, it's ridiculous. They have been traumatized their whole life. I go through these stages where I get mad, I forgive, or I get mad, I forgive, but at all points in time, it's not their fault. And I would think I'm crazy too.
520-333-4578.
But Patricia, I've been asymptomatic to them for like 4 months. Asymptomatic. And then they say it doesn't even matter. It has affected. I'm ready to sue. Because I've had old people come at me telling me I'm asymptomatic. And I love old people. I'm a waitress. I have to have old people. They don't need to be cooking. They need to be in those restaurants because these old people, they will burn down a kitchen. Anyway. Right. Mortgage got it. 1999 was registered as 99. So it was switched to 00 in 2000. Yeah, golly, you got a good brain. Yeah, I don't have that good of a memory, but yeah, he's right. That's exactly how they explained it to us. Y2K. Asymptomatic. BS. I'm never okay, again, new rule, everybody. No researching 2 hours before bed. This is how I stay up all night. And
amazing. I'm amazed. I am amazed, folks. 520-333-4578. I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know if he's just a dupe or if he really is a change agent. But I'll tell you this. Everything that happened on December the 31st was set up by the government, and everything between these radio stations and what the government was doing was coordinated. Good evening. You're on the air.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Mr. Cooper. This is Virginia in Texas.
Hi.
Just want to let you know I can't hear part of the program tonight. The VOA is blocking it on both sides.
Well, order the tape.
Pardon me?
Order the tape. Sounds like they don't want you to know.
Yeah, well, I know already. I mean, the only thing I've got to say about that bunch is they keep claiming they're Christians, which they don't demonstrate any evidence of. You know? I mean, I hear them all day long.
That's true. Especially Jackie Patrou. She claims to be a Christian.
I know about her, too.
And preaches New Age nonsense.
Pardon me?
And preaches New Age nonsense all day.
Well, none of them fool me. I've been following this bunch for a long time, and none of them fool me whatsoever.
Good for you.
I know what they are. And I didn't hear most of the programming on Saturday because I had to go someplace. But
no, this is Friday we're talking about.
Friday night, yeah. New Year's Eve, yeah. Yeah, I had to go someplace. But I've heard them before, and yes, there is an accelerated level of, instant panic type mode.
Yeah.
And it seemed to me, as it sometimes normally does on the frequencies during the daytime, that it's hype. But unless you're an old-time listener, you wouldn't know that.
Or unless you know how to use your brain.
Yes. And I find that there's a lot of new people coming on, and they haven't got a clue about these people.
That's right.
But
they sure don't.
Yeah, I just thought I'd give you a quick call and let you know that you're blocked on both sides tonight by the VOA, and we can hardly hear you at all. So.
Well, I'm gonna have to talk to Alan.
She means they're blocked on both sides by the VOA. That's interesting. Let's just put that back there for, in case we need it later. Why did you burn the midnight oil last night? because I'm all messed up. I'm not drink. I shouldn't have drank coffee. I shouldn't have started watching YouTube. I watched YouTube all night, and then I was like, "Let's get the PC out." And yeah. You're like, I've had enough. Back.
Well, we hear about that. I'm paying for airtime, and if he can't give me a frequency that people that can hear,
Right. Well, thank you for watching, everyone. And I have that full thing on the channel, Revisiting Alex Jones. It's on my channel. Yeah. And I guess it's Friday. I'll be back at 7. So I'll see y'all then. So talk to you later.
And they believe in intelligence, okay? They believe in intelligence. But so he now goes to Pennsylvania. He gets hit hard. And he all of a sudden says, I never said that. There will be fracking. First of all, always follow with these politicians because, I've only been doing this for a short while. How the hell did I become president, No, I've only been doing it for a short while. But one thing I've learned, but I've known politics. I've been dealing on the other side of politics. One thing, it's the first thing they say that always matters. And he said it for a long time, along with everybody else in his party. And there's no way he could not do what he didn't agree to in the first place. So he gets up and he says, in Pennsylvania, no, we will frack. We will frack. And the whole place, and not once all the, the fake news media back there, nobody said to him, but for a year and a half, you said there'd be no fracking, and now you said there'll be fracking. And nobody asked him that question. It's an incredible thing. You know why? Because they're fake news. Only in Wisconsin can this happen. I know you will. As long as I'm president, we will never defund the police. We will strongly defend our police. And I will always stand with the heroes of law enforcement. Now, I think I'm endorsed by every law enforcement group all over the country, beyond the country. I get world endorsements. It's the craziest thing. I said, I never knew I was that militant. And I'm not militant. You know what? I want common sense. I want people to be safe, right? I want people to be safe. The Biden plan calls for abolishing cash bail. Oh, that's wonderful. You have a murderer. They want to abolish, so there are people all over. Look at what happened in New York. They abolished cash bail. Your crime went up like 200%. It's terrible. And it's common sense. It's not like you have to be tough or not tough. It's common sense. They're going to release 400,000 criminals onto your streets and into your neighborhoods if Crazy Joe becomes president. It's not even conceivable. No, running against him, it's put such pressure because I'm running against the worst in the history of presidential. And now if I lose, can you imagine? If I lose, I will have lost to the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics. If I lose, what do I do? I'd rather run against somebody who's extraordinarily talented. At least this way I can go and lead my life. But we're not going to lose. We're going to win. We're going to win at numbers. We're going to win in numbers. Right? Now, that's why I can't lose. That might be the second most important. You know what the first most important is? Because we're going to make America greater than ever before. That's what the first is. Their plan also includes disarming law-abiding citizens, namely taking away your Second Amendment. Think of it. while turning the entire country into one giant sanctuary for criminals, illegal aliens, including those charged with rape, assault, murder, killing. For the wall is almost built. I am very proud of that because any guy, being a developer, you just learn how to do it. But we had an entire very powerful party. That's all they have. They have two things. They have a very powerful Democrat Party that always sticks together. They don't have any of these rebels that we have in the Republican Party. I call them stupid people. Okay. I call them stupid people because they play right into the hands. But the Democrats really don't have that. They have two things. They stick together like you've never seen. They are smart and they're vicious. Like, let's impeach him even though he did nothing wrong. They're vicious. They're vicious. Now, what we have is we have much better policies. Like, how about we want a strong border? They don't want to have a border. They want to have open borders, right? We don't want sanctuary cities. We don't want to protect criminals. We want jobs. We want low taxes. We have a lot of good things. But I tell the Republicans all the time, a lot of people say have a lot of influence over the party. You say you got to get tougher. You got to get, only fairer, but you got to get meaner, but you got to get tougher because they play a tougher game. But we have these rebels and all of, they think they're hot stuff. By the way, they usually end up outside of politics in a very short time. We make sure of that. For the entire summer, Biden was silent as radicals, anarchists, arsonists, and vandals rampaged through Democrat-run cities in Minneapolis, Chicago, New York, Seattle, Portland, and other places. Biden called them peaceful protesters. Remember the guy on CNN? He's standing there and he's saying, this is a peaceful, his hand is shaking. This is a peaceful. I have no idea. It's Ali Velcher. I have a really good Ali Velcher. Shaved head, right? Shaved his head. I'm thinking about doing that. That way I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry. You shaved? No, he shaved it all off. He doesn't have to worry about, How does it look, darling? How does it look, First Lady? How does it, darling? You're the most handsome president. I said, First Lady, am I the most handsome president ever? Yes, absolutely. I said, who could top me? Well, she said, well, JFK was good looking, but nothing like you. Nothing like you, darling. Thank you. Now you go home and you see this crazy CNN. Fortunately, their ratings are terrible, which is great. But you'll see them say, Donald Trump said he's better looking than JFK. You'll see. They're sick people. They got a lot of problems. But fortunately, they're not doing so well. Earlier this month, rioters laid waste to suburban residential neighborhoods just outside of Milwaukee. Biden will appease the rioters and the looters and the anarchists, and I'm having them arrested. You know what we're doing. We're having them arrested. And when they knock down statues, you notice that's very much stopped, certainly with federal statues. A little thing happens. It's amazing how quickly it stopped. They go to jail for a period of 10 years, It's amazing. They were getting all set to take down the incredible statue of Andrew Jackson right by the White House, right? And I said, we can't let that happen. And I'll tell you what, the police went out and they charged. It was an incredible thing, because today everyone wants to be so damn politically correct. The police are afraid if they touch somebody or speak to somebody rudely, they'll be destroyed. Their pension will be gone. Their family will be gone. No, we got to protect our police. We got to take care. They're going to be fair. And you're going to have problems and you're going to have mistakes. And people will choke. They'll choke and have a decision to make. They have a quarter of a second sometimes to make. And you'll have some bad cops. And we got to do something about those bad cops. And that happens. But 99.9, we have they're the most incredible people and they keep us safe. Right? They keep us safe. They keep us safe. So we have to take care of them. This year, more than 1,000 law enforcement officers have been viciously attacked. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. Several police officers have been very, very brutally murdered. You saw it a month ago with the two sitting in a car. And it's, I mean, that's just a horrible thing. The anti-police rhetoric of Joe Biden and the Democrat Party is really what causes a lot of this too. But it puts police officers in harm's way. It really puts them in harm's way. We can't let that happen. Biden referred to police as the enemy. He just referred the enemy, quote, quote, the enemy, and vilified them as an oppressive, racist force. I mean, this guy's gotten just beaten up. He doesn't believe that. I really don't believe. I shouldn't say that, but I don't believe he believes it. Joe's running mate. Oh, how do you like her? Did Mike Pence do a great job? Did our great vice president do a great job? Never let you down. It was just too easy. I said, Mike, that was just too easy. That's not. Oh, she was just terrible. She was terrible. I mean, I couldn't believe he picked her, right? I've said it a lot. She treated him worse than any. What they have 27 candidates, right? 27 for this job. I could tell him it's not that easy. Well, don't forget, we have done more than any administration in the first 3.5 years in the history of our country. We've rebuilt our military. We've cut more regulation than any other administration by a factor of a lot. And we all did this. We have more federal judges by the end of the first term than any other administration. In fact, percentage-wise, the only one that has more, there's only one president that has more percentage-wise, not the number, because we'll have 300, maybe even more than that by the end of the first term. But there's only one president that has a higher percentage than I have. Do you know who that is? George Washington. Give him a hat. Give him a Make America Great Again hat. We'll say Make America Great Again hat. Again, again. We made it great again, and now we're going to make it great again because we had to close it up, save 2 million lives, and now we're opening it up, and we're doing record numbers, and you'll hear. Joe's running mate and America's most liberal senator, Kamala Harris, recently urged their supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out the rioters. It did so much harm and even physical damage to people, but damage in Minneapolis. And they wanted to bail him out of jail. And she was heading up a group to get him out of jail, and including a really bad attempted cop killer. He attempted killing a policeman. 13 members of Biden's staff donated to the same fund. You know, by the way, they talk about fundraising, right? I'm good at fundraising. I could be the greatest fundraiser in history. I'm the president of the United States. I'm like a really smart guy like you are. But I'll tell you what, well, think of this. If I wanted to pick up a phone and call Wall Street, say the big firm, say, yeah, I got to raise X dollars, they'll do it everywhere. I mean, it's so easy. It's so easy. I could have more money. The problem is, if you do that, what happens is when they call you in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, because they need something, you got to take their call and you got to do it. So Biden is raising a lot of money because they're promising all these things to all these people. Now, I have a much better platform because I am the president, right? I could raise money, and then the fake news goes out and says, you know what, we're doing great. We're doing great on the small donors. The small donors, like $61 a piece and stuff. But I could raise more money than anybody in the history of politics. But I don't want to call these people and say, do me a favor, the head of Goldman Sachs. I don't want to say, do me a favor, all these people. Nobody could ever raise money like me. I just don't want to do it because it puts us all, meaning us. I did this for us, not for me. Believe me, I didn't do it for me. I lost a fortune. This job has cost me billions of dollars. Billions. They don't like to say that. Billions of dollars. And yet if a man from Kuwait comes up and stays at one of my hotels for $259.13, takes a room. Next day, Trump takes Arab as a guest in one of the hotels. I mean, you know, billions I lost. And that's okay because I'm doing something that's the most important thing I've ever done. I don't care. There are a lot of rich people around. What the hell difference is that? But I've lost billions. You know, I never talk about it. They never talk about it. So I get paid, I guess, $450,000, and I give up my salary. I don't get it. You don't read that. You don't read it. Because you know what? It's not good for them to say that. And I don't talk about it, but tonight I'll talk about it. So I get the highest salary because you're the president, and I give it up. I don't take it. So that's nice. But I would say it cost me $2, $3, maybe more $billion, and all the work. I have good kids. They don't do jobs. I don't say you can. Can you imagine if they want to go to the Middle East and do jobs all over the place? I'd have hotels being built in every city, in every country in the world. And I have great kids and they're ambitious kids. They'd like to do it. I say you can't do it. And by the way, there's no legal reason you can't do it, but there is a big reason psychologically. You cannot go to Saudi Arabia and all these different places that we protect and we do all these things and that buy a lot of our planes and a lot of our everything. You can't allow them. You can't allow them. So that's the way it is. But I would be the greatest fundraiser in the history of politics. But if you don't mind, we don't need the money, you know? And we won't do it that way. But they're raising a lot of money. And every time I see them raising a lot of money, I say, because I know exactly what's going on, deals are being made. That especially when you look at Joe Biden. I mean, look at what's going on with that family. The Democrat Party's war on cops is driving police officers to leave their jobs in record numbers. No one is hurt more by the left-wing crusade against law enforcement than African Americans. They're hurt the most, and you look at it and you know it. Last year, and by the way, large percentages of our policemen and women are African Americans.
What happened?
It's a black community. Last year, in just 4 Democrat.
Sorry, no wonder nobody's watching. Here. My apologies.
Inside your mind, don't let them rent space inside your mind, struggle, 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 struggle. My prayers, don't let them rent space inside your mind, don't let them rent space inside your mind.
Welcome to the Lady Lacy Show. How are my little researchers doing this morning? You know, it's been a while. I'm kind of looking rough, you know, but I got my hair color, so that's gonna do good. Coffee. What's this? Be your light, shine. Bam. Bam. Right? If this is your first time to this channel, please subscribe. And you can always like. That's a free way to help. My name is Lady Lacy. You can call me Lacy because that's my name. And what else I gotta tell y'all? I've been staying up, researching. It's a bad habit of mine. staying up all night and just researching the web, you know. And before I had the web, I had encyclopedias. And before encyclopedias, I mean, I guess during the day, when I was a kid, I'd go to the library and look all that up. So this is just a habit that has turned into something nuts. But my thing, I guess it's story time with Lacey, you know. First off, before I get into my story time, I'd like to say my condolences to the people of Nashville who got hit by hail and storms last night. They're saying that 9 people have died, and I was up all last night watching it. I didn't think it'd be as bad as it was, but, you know, what was I doing? I was doing laundry and going over what I wanted to talk to you about today. And I want to make a phone call, too. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how the phone call goes. I'm kind of nervous calling someone you've never met. You know, asking them questions about flat Earth. It could go bad. It could go good. You know. Oh, gosh. But yeah, here in Nashville, we got 9 people died. 9 people died. They've closed down part of the interstates. There's houses down. And the path of tornadoes is very interesting. Very interesting. We should definitely go over the path of tornadoes on a later date. But for right now, you know, they're stressed out in Nashville. East Nashville. I worked a lot in East Nashville. It is an awesome part of Nashville. I worked a bar there for a long time, and well, not long, maybe a couple of years. And that's where I learned to sing, was in East Nashville. They just let me run the karaoke machine. And on the news, they're saying that people in East Nashville look out for each other. And that's 100% true. I've never met such kind people. Even the worst of the worst were really super nice people. So my heart goes out to you, East Nashville. Oh, gosh. So we're going to research. Okay, so story time with Lacey. So today is supposed to be the hearing in East Tennessee. I heard it on the news for a UT professor. He's facing 20 years in prison, I think, for some grant money from NASA. And so that got me thinking. And I saw this a few days ago, but I know today is his court hearing. It's in East Tennessee, and that's Knoxville, and it's like 4 hours away. It's a little far for me, and it's just a hearing. We could help. We need to know the charges. So he's in federal court, so I don't know if we're allowed in or out. If anybody knows anything about the federal court versus, I know a regular court, they usually let you in. Family court has its own rules. Civil court, they usually let you sit there, you know, and just watch. I don't know about federal court. I do know somebody to ask, but, you know, comments is so much easier. So anyway, so his hearing's supposed to be today, but it's not going to be on the news because there's all these tornadoes that hit East Nashville, Mount Juliet, TSU, you know, Christian Academy. Man, it's nuts how much devastation has gone on. So, okay, so, and that got me thinking. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? And if you're new to this channel, I don't like NASA. And people that watch here don't like NASA either. So, anyway, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I was like, okay, well that's a good start, you know. It wasn't supposed to be an all-nighter, but here we go. Oh, I got so much to go through. Oh, one thing before I get stuck with story time. Y'all know how the other day all the stocks were going down and stuff? I got Tesla. I can get this off my phone, but I can show y'all. Tesla at 666. And then look, like 1 minute later, 666.75. Actually the same minute. And that happened at 6 o'clock. I'm driving my husband. I'm like, hold on. You know, my husband's into stocks now. I'm like, hold on, let me take a picture. Because it was right at 666. So I was like, that is so interesting. All right, back to story time. I'm a little ADHD, people. Alrighty. Story time. That's for a different story time. Let me get to our story time. All right. So I found this article when I was looking up the dude's charges. He's going to be in court. He's I think a Chinese national, but he's been here since 2013. He apparently, the guy that's going to court today, I don't want y'all to get confused because I'm going to be talking about two different people. The guy that's going to court today, apparently he filled out a form for NASA and some grant money and said that he wasn't working for any other company, but it turns out he's worked for the Chinese university, and since he didn't disclose that information, he broke federal law. You cannot lie on federal papers, you know. That's where, they get you. But, which should be an advantage one day for us. But anyway, so, like, he apparently lied about, I don't even think he thought it was a big deal because on his website it said he worked for the Chinese universities at one point, Beijing University. And they got him for that. And he's, you know, and it's crazy because I'm in Tennessee and they're in Tennessee. So I guess I should cover it because I'm the flat earther in Tennessee. And then from what I know, there's like 2 of us. I know for sure. Maybe. Or I'm all alone. And I got this one friend. He's a flat earther, Wayne. Y'all met him. But he's not going to help us. He's not going to help. He's too busy being single and working. But, you know, there's always time for flat earth. I don't care. All right. So here's the article about a different guy who got charged, who had NASA get him. And we've never even heard of him. But this article was in 2018. Air Force scientists spilled no secrets. He went to prison. And there's his picture. Jay Reese Ruth, he's from Knoxville, and he was a electrical engineering professor at the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. And here we go. This is really what got my attention, or I would have dropped it. I would have been done. Where he was also the director of the Plasma Sciences Laboratory. Plasma, people, plasma. Ruth will be 81 in September. So if this article, he's 82 now. He has hip, knee, and heart problems. It slowed down quite a bit. But he spent 4 years in prison for violating the Arms Export Control Act. So everything I say on my videos are my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, and I'm a waitress, so don't, double check everything. I say. Research everything I say. Double check. Don't be a sponge and just absorb it. Double check. And this article is by Justin Rulich, which he did a really good job on this article. I don't know how many people read it, but it's an exclusive. And yeah, the Department of Justice. Alrighty, this is the guy that the Chinese guy that they're having in his court hearing today. He's in Knoxville too. UT Knoxville. Apparently they got a lot of military stuff going on in Knoxville, UT, which I don't think they should be mixing the two anymore. Because if you're going to send professors to jail, then this is just too much. I thought that building was cool. It's about lying to get funding, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, that first guy, the older one, I need to quit looking at my phone. But the first guy, the older one, he went to a prison, it says, for 4 years. I mean, this is all on the internet. But it says he's already been in and he's out. And, so he's already out. And we can talk to him. And we'll try to call. It's so weird. Here's a NASA subcontractor accused of in $5 million fraud scheme in 1993. Ooh, I got on some old internet sites. Old. But yeah, apparently it messed up all their missions. This NASA contractor sentenced to fraud in 2000. So NASA likes to send people to jail. They work for. NASA says metals fraud caused $700 million in satellite failure. Yeah. It's someone else's fault. It's not ours. And then I love it how these articles, they use the fake photos. You know what I'm saying? They don't know any better. Tennessee professor charged with hiding China ties from NASA. And that's the recent one where there's the fake picture to go along with it. Y'all, if I had money, I'd go and, watch these things. Oh, and this dude, he was supposed to work on this Mars sample return. I had to look it up, but you just wonder I wonder what's going on behind the scenes. Here's a Harvard professor charged with hiding ties and receiving payment from Chinese government on time. You know what I'm saying? Federal jury finds scientists guilty of defrauding NASA, Navy, and Missile Defense Agency. That's the U.S. Department of Justice. I found this page. I love it. And I thought this was funny. November 13th, 2019. 2019 report on NASA's top management and performance challenges. Woo! Fun. What do we got here? Oh, and at the bottom of this, we need to call this number. They have a hotline. Oh, no. Yeah, they have a phone number. To report fraud, waste, abuse, or mismanagement, contact the NASA OIG hotline. And it has phone numbers. Or visit, and also write to the Inspector General. But this is from the Inspector General, so you're just going to tell him something he already knows. But it's just funny, like all the things they say they're going to do. Sustaining human presence in low Earth orbit. Attracting and retaining a highly skilled workforce. Addressing long-standing IT there's that. They're going to get over the grants. Okay. NASA uncovers a 19-year fraud that caused failed missions. What? Someone else's fault. We could. And they use another fake picture. Like, come on. Come on. And what I've noticed in all these cases is they say, oh, you're going to have 100 years. And so everybody will like plead out for like less. Oh, there's that Air Force scientist. Wow. It's crazy. And there's this article. I really don't want to sit here and read it to you guys. But it's on the Daily Beast. Air Force scientist spilled no secrets. He still went to prison. May 28, 2018. It's published on May 27, 2018. It was updated, so they must have fixed something. And I thought, and in this article, it does talk about how they, not this guy, but this new one, they erased him. So you can be erased at the UT Knoxville. You can be erased. You were never there. This is just horrible. I always thought once you got a degree or did something, you couldn't be erased, but oh well. And it's a long article, but it's really eye-opening. But anyway. I found his phone number. And we're going to call it. But I can't. You'll have to see. I'm going to have to call it on the next one because of my phone issue. But, yeah. Let's see if we can get a hold of him. And thank you for paying attention to Lady Lacy Show. Sorry, I was looking at my phone a lot. Just want to get this off my chest, you know. There are smart people that have been messed up by NASA, and I wonder if they're real. You know, I wonder, you know, if they got some pointers for us. So we'll just keep looking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello, Pennsylvania. Let's go, Pennsylvania. got to do the same thing we did 4 years ago, and I have a feeling, look at this, I have a feeling we're going to do it. And hello, Butler, right? 3 days from now, we are going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we are going to win 4 more years in our great and beautiful White House. With your support, we will continue to bring back your jobs, cut your taxes, cut regulations, and ensure more products are stamped.
Love. Hey guys, I got my hair done. I got my hair done. Oh. There you go. How are y'all doing today? Oh, we got a kitty. We got a kitty. I know. Okay, let's see. What do y'all want to watch? Yeah, how are you so soft? Ooh, informant confessions. Informant confessions. Informant confessions.
A man who worked as an informer for the FBI during the 1960s. His name is Dothard. In the summer of 1978, I interviewed a man who worked as an informer for the FBI during the 1960s. His name is Dothard Perry, also known as Ed Riggs, also known as Bill Perry, also known as Othello.
How were you paid?
The pay was always in cash. And you would sign a card. It would go like this. A rendezvous or a drop-off point would be picked out either by yourself or the agent. You would meet the agent there. Usually it would be in a vehicle. You get.
I'm here. Flatter Fucker's here. Hi, Flatter Fucker. I did my hair. I did curls. I hope you had a good day in court. I watched it. Word up, Izzy. So if y'all don't know Flatter Fucker, he's been in Canada court. They're over the quarantine law, or not law, quarantine, whatever. It's not a law, I don't think. And y'all need to go over to the Flatter Fucker channel and subscribe and buy a t-shirt for you and your family. And let's keep this going. You know, let's show Flatter Fucker that we can take care of a bill or two, you know, while they're going through this. I'm sure they're not happy with us. So 4 hours, get a job, Mom. Well, like I'm glad it worked out for you. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to informant confessions. This series right here. It's going to teach you about that the informant can do the illegal stuff with you. They can have sex with you. I think they can even marry you. It's okay, you're being sarcastic. Love you too, Flatter Fucker. I hope you still have that t-shirt thing. I need about 3 of them. Long sleeve. It's getting cold. Alright, so informant confessions. I hope y'all enjoy. And I have people over, so we'll see if we're gonna do a live.
In the vehicle, he would hand you the money. He would tell you first to count the money. He would tell you the amount while you counted it. If the amount was there, he would then bring out a card. On that card would be for the week of such and such. In other words, the week was dated. So-and-so has been paid the amount of. Then you would sign the card, and then the agent would sign the card. The reason for this is that if all of a sudden the IRS became very interested about where you were getting all this extra money from, you could always tell them to go back to the Bureau, and the Bureau would have your cards on file.
I see. Were there such things as bonuses?
Oh, yes.
What were they paid for?
Bonuses were paid for, suppose while you were meeting with, or you were at a meeting with Bobby Seals, Chu Lai of the Red Army happened to come to the meeting too, which is something which would be a new development. That's bonus time.
In other words, a hot piece of information.
Hot piece, very hot piece.
Did you ever suffer pangs of conscience?
Quite a few times. Quite a few times. I still suffer pains of conscience. I suffer from the fact that a lot of people trusted me and I misused that trust. I suffer from the fact that a lot of information that I gave out was the undoing of certain groups or certain people. I suffer from the fact that I'm on the run constantly. I have no real life to speak of.
You have no family life, really? You have a wife?
No, I don't have a wife. I do have a child. I can't see her that often. I have to stay away from them because once I come around, the Bureau shows up and harassment starts. I have very few close personal friends, no one to really confide in. It's like being on the outside of a glass jar and everything is happening inside the jar, but you're on the outside. You can see it happening, but you can't participate.
Why have you decided to talk to me?
For the simple reason, I think this information should be getting out, should be put out to the public. I think not only Black people, but everyone should become aware of what your so-called law enforcement agencies do to so-called enforce the law. Because between you, myself, and the audience, I've seen more felons in law enforcement than I have in prison.
Many would say, well, look, you yourself just got through saying that the DLA was involved in criminal activity. What's wrong with wanting to put them in prison? How would you answer them?
I would answer them this way. First off, we had to understand why they did what they did. But I'm not even gonna go off into that psychological hoo-ha. What I'm gonna say is when you become just as bad as the people that you go after, then there's nothing gained and a whole lot lost.
You also were active in the infiltration of many cultural groups. Before we go into that step by step, how much research and study did the FBI engage in of Black culture in the late 60s?
A great amount.
Give me an idea.
From the thing is, I can. They have a file on every type of magazine that Blacks read. They have a file on the music, dance, theater, actors, comedians, you name it, man.
And they would actually study these?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, definitely.
What would they do with music?
To understand the people, you have to understand the culture. To infiltrate, you have to understand. You had a lot of so-called white liberals that were infiltrating the so-called black groups using the information that they had gathered from the studies of blacks.
You mean just to understand the behavior pattern of our people?
Oh yeah, I can. Will Heaton could name out some jams of Miles Davis that I hadn't even heard of. He could name off some books that I hadn't even read pertaining to black culture.
Do you ever see agents actually studying
the
music of?
Yes. I've seen them going over even video portion of cultural events. The understanding, like when, you have an organization like Leroy Jones Black House. You remember that? Okay, Leroy Jones's place, which was done on the thing of tribalism. That's where I first heard the word Kintu, Mantu, Huntu, Hentu. These words of the African continuum. I learned that from an agent. He ran it down to me. They make in-depth studies of the personalities of the people they're dealing with too, culturally. It always helps when it's the thing of you can take their culture and use it against them.
How large would you say an extensive collection on our culture would you say the FBI has? Would you rate it as large as a particular library, like the Schomburg Library in Harlem? Or?
I would rate it better. And the fact is that they go into details that we probably would overlook. Will Heaton used to meet me in different places. Will Heaton, that was one of my supervising agents. There is a certain bar in the Los Angeles area where people into black cultural things met. And Will Heaton used to meet me there. And he would go into very long and tiring conversations with some very articulate brothers about culture, African culture, and Afro-American culture.
Tell me about some of the cultural organizations that you infiltrated and what you did.
PASLA, Mafunde, Watts Writers Workshop, which they had.
The Watts Writers Workshop?
Yes. Watts Writers Workshop, which was one of the oldest established black writers workshop.
That place was burned down.
Yeah. The Bureau had it burnt down.
How do you know that?
I know because I participated. I did the arson.
You burned down the Watts Writers?
Yes.
Why did they want it to go?
At the time, funding had been cut to the workshop, had been cut out, but it looked like there was a possibility of a grant being given back to the workshop. And if there was no theater, there would be no grant.
How did you do it?
2 cans of kerosene, a Purex bottle, gasoline, and a flare, highway flare.
Why didn't you use more sophisticated stuff?
Oh no. You're never overly sophisticated. It's too obvious. This way you make it look like, maybe somebody in the neighborhood that got kicked out of the theater at one time got mad and came and burned the damn theater up, that kind of thing.
But you were involved in this theater? I mean, didn't get to you at all what you were?
Hey man, that got to me a great deal. I love that theater. I built the stage.
You built the stage?
Oh yeah. When I got to the workshop, the stage the original stage that had been built needed an extension on it. The original part of the stage was in terrible condition. They had no lighting system. I put the lighting system in myself. I put the stage in myself. And that was a stage, man. And that was a theater. It's a nice theater.
Who was the director of that workshop?
Harry Dolan.
Harry Dolan. Some very, very well-known artists supported that workshop, gave money to it.
Some very well-known artists came out of the Watts Writers Workshop. You know, Glenn Tubman, Yaphet Kotto, Sidney Poitier used to come down there and give a class. Sammy Davis Jr. used to come down there all the time. Quincy Jones used to come there and give music classes. We had our own 8-track studio setup for sound. We had our own sound room there.
Was part of your other activities and responsibilities to study the profiles of celebrities who were supportive of organizations?
Definitely, and especially, like I said, psychological backgrounds, weaknesses and strengths. Did he have a weakness for blondes? Did he have a weakness for money? Did he snort cocaine? Did he smoke marijuana? They even get into, and that's one thing the Bureau loves, is their sexual background. They have files and files on different blacks, not only celebrities, but a lot of others, sexual activity.
What would they do with this information?
Oh, that's used as a weakness.
So they would feed these weaknesses?
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
Oh, yes. Doc Holliday, who is one of the leaders of the BGF, Black Gorilla Family, which is a prison gang, and the California state prison system. Upon his release from prison, a certain sister made herself known to him at a nightclub, whereupon he moved in with her, and she picked up names, telephone numbers, information, you know, that kind of thing. That lasted for a good 3.5 months.
Was this an unusual thing, or did this happen often?
No, that happens all the time.
Did you yourself get involved in doing that?
Yes.
Give me an example.
There was a gentleman that was on trial in Los Angeles that belonged to the BLA that had been busted in a southern state for a bank robbery, but was brought with 2 other people to Los Angeles to stand trial for the machine gunning of a police officer in Los Angeles. I was supposed to worm my way into the affections of his sister, and whatever it took to get the information that I needed as far as what kind of defense they planned to use as to turn this information over to the federal prosecution.
Did you do it?
I got the information, and thank God I didn't have to go through with the actual thing of sexual activity.
What do you mean, thank God?
The sister was rather unappealing.
How did you justify to the organizations in which you had infiltrated yourself that you were living on an $800 a week stipend or on an $800 a week standard of living when most of them were living hand to mouth?
Well, hey, brother, you know, I'm hustling, you know. I mean, hey, man, you know, so a little this on the side, a little of that on the side, you know, I get over, you know, that kind of thing. In other words, ain't nobody's business but mine where I get the money. So, you know, everybody took it for granted that I was possibly doing a little dealing on the side. That kind of thing. Then also, everybody liked me for the simple reason that I would do things that I didn't have to do. I would go out of my way. You know, like Mafunde would have a pageant and they needed someone to do the sound setup for him. And I'd say, of course, I'll do it for you. You know, that kind of thing. I was very well liked at one time in the community.
Would you say to American citizens that this situation of surveillance and infiltration continues to this day?
Oh, yes.
On the dimension that you experienced?
Probably much larger by now.
Larger?
Oh, yeah. Let me put it to you like this. Each year, everything gradually escalated up more and more. So I figured when I left, it didn't stop escalating. As they say, one monkey does not stop anybody's show.
You mentioned Sammy Davis Jr., who at one time, it was reported, gave money to the Black Panther Party, I believe. Were you ever assigned to look into that?
Yes, I was told to try to get as close to Mr. Davis or to anyone in his office as I could. I used to go up and have real chit-chat, chummy conversation with his personal secretary, Ann, at the 9000 building on Sunset. And I used to bring a Portapack video camera. And I used to go around and I would videotape the whole office.
You mean celebrities would be coming into his office and you'd film them freely?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't they question that?
I'm from the Ross Writers Workshop. Yeah, right on, brother. You know, that kind of thing. No questions asked. Same thing with the NAACP Image Awards. You know, they were very interested in people like Sammy Davis Jr. There was another black in Los Angeles that they were very interested in because, not Los Angeles, but in Sacramento, Nathaniel Colley was attorney for the NAACP. And I know that. And they wanted information on him just for the simple reason that he's an attorney for the NAACP, which makes no sense to me, but must make a lot of sense to them because they use the information.
You've been called upon to testify in Washington. Before who?
Before the Senate Committee. I was called first to testify before the Church Committee. And I did go to Washington, D.C. I did testify to those people. And I want to say right now that the committee was full of smack. They got loads and loads of information and didn't even use it, didn't release it. I had tapes that I offered to them in evidence against the Federal Bureau of Investigation with conversations of me and my supervising officer where he's telling me to obtain certain articles for him by stealing. Don't get fingerprints on it. We can really use that. Did you take the weapons over to such and such? The Churches Committee told me that they couldn't use the tapes because the tapes were gotten by illegal means.
What would you say about the composition of the committee panel that questioned you?
I can say that's for the birds too, because the same people that I was talking about were the same people on the panel with the Churches Committee.
What do you mean?
When I came in the room to be interviewed by the so-called people from the Churches Committee, the representatives from the Federal Bureau of Investigations were also in the room.
FBI agents were a member of the Church Committee panel.
They were there with the investigators for the Churches Committee asking questions just like the Churches Committee. And see, this is another thing that I find fault with, and this is another reason why I am not going to Washington, D.C., is that, again, I have been asked to come again for the second time. I'm not going again. For the simple reason that when I went up there with the idea that there were agencies investigating the Federal Bureau of Investigation, not the Federal Bureau of Investigation investigating itself.
You're on the lam, almost. Do you have a sense that you're going to be arrested and go to prison?
Oh yeah, eventually. Eventually, when things come to a head, it has to. Has to be that way. No other way around it.
What would you say to citizens who sit and listen to what you've said and have a sense of frustration and helplessness?
There are some agents, the old line agents, that disagree with the tactics that were used during the so-called COINTEL period. But one thing I don't want us to jump off of is that people always they're talking about COINTEL now so heavily. I'm not talking about COINTEL. I'm talking about a thing called BD, which was better known as Black Desk. The Black Desk was set up for a simple thing of infiltrating black organizations and black groups, whatever.
Where was this black desk, or were there a number of them?
There were a number of black desks, but the head black desk was in Washington, D.C., controlled by Sullivan. And
was he black?
No.
Mm-hmm. And what was the function of the black desks all over the country? I guess there were dozens.
The function of the black desk was to monitor activity, social unrest, revolutionary groups, cultural groups, and such in the black community.
And feed it into this central desk. And it still exists?
As far as I know, yes.
We've seen a number of investigations into the assassination of Martin Luther King. We've seen an extended police trial of the assassination of Malcolm X. What you seem to say substantiates what many black people say out on the street, that government agents or agencies knew that these assassinations were brewing and either participated in them or allowed them to take place.
It would behoove black people, it would behoove all people, really, to question so-called the cut and dry one lone assassin theory. The Bureau and other intelligence agencies are very good at conspiracies. They are very good at setting people up to be killed. They are very good at making innuendos so the person will be killed.
City police don't know about it because they have policemen in there. They don't let black people form anything without some policemen in there. And while I was in the Black Muslim movement, over the Black Muslim movement, many of the police who were sent to infiltrate us, they're black, would tell me, say, look, I'm a cop, but I have to come. They would tell me. I knew the Muslim movement was full of police. So don't you think anything is going down that they don't know about? The only thing that goes down is what they want to go down. And what they don't want to go down, they don't let it go down.
Okay, this is a good one.
Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve.
Good evening to you. I'm Christine Johnson.
And welcome, everyone. I'm Maurice Dubois. Those stories are straight ahead. But first, after all these years, the Reverend Al Sharpton admits he was an FBI informant.
Yes, he says that he was the cat that got the rats, but others say that Sharpton's secret life was not by choice. CBS 2 political reporter Marcia Kramer has the story.
Michelle Obama probably never knew that one of the guests at her recent White House 50th birthday party was an FBI mafia informant who helped bring down members of the Genovese crime family. Reverend Al Sharpton, now a confidant of both the First Lady and the President and of Mayor Bill de Blasio, has his own unique take on his days as the government's confidential informant number 7.
In my own mind, I was not an informant. I was cooperating with investigations.
The revelations threaten to embarrass Sharpton as he kicks off his National Action Network convention this week with de Blasio and President Obama the headliners. But de Blasio, who calls Sharpton family, is sticking by his buddy.
Doesn't change the relationship one bit. I'm very proud to be his friend. I think he has done a lot of good for the city of New York and for this country. I have the exact same positive view of him I had before.
Sharpton has been dogged for years by reports that he was an FBI informant, helping the government go after boxing promoter Don King and music executives. Now we learn he also went after mobsters, including the legendary Vincent the Chin Gigante, the so-called Oddfather who paraded around in his bathrobe and pajamas. Though he has ducked and dodged questions about whether he wore a wire for the feds, that wasn't possible today since a batch of government documents were made public.
The conversations were recorded.
And there's also the issue of how he became an informant. Some say he was pressured into it after he was caught in a drug sting. This HBO undercover sting video that aired in 2002 shows Sharpton with a cowboy hat pulled down over his bouffant hairdo. Sharpton appears to nod when an agent offers him a cut from future drug sales. But now Sharpton claims he went to the feds for protection from threats from mob-connected music executives and was asked to rat out the bad guys.
They were threatening to kill me.
And while the feds say his information helped bring down guys like Gigante, Sharpton says he didn't know how his information was being used.
I have never met any of these guys. The guy with the pajamas, I don't walk around with guys that walk outside. I never met these guys.
Well, Sharpton says he's not embarrassed by anything that he did. What he is embarrassed about, he says, is how, quote, fat he used to be now that he has reinvented himself as a skinny guy. By the way, sources say the mayor will cut the ribbon tomorrow at the start of Sharpton's 3-day National Action Network convention. Christina Maurice?
Well, he does definitely look different.
He does.
Yes, Marcia, thank you.
That's crazy. Search it up. Come on.
The star prosecution witness in the trial of 3 young Minnesota terror suspects took the stand late this afternoon.
Prosecutors say he was initially trying to join ISIS, but then in January of 2015, Abdirahman Bashir became an FBI informant. He secretly recorded conversations with the 3 defendants, as well as a number of other young men who have already pleaded guilty in the plot. Esme Murphy was in federal court today. Esme, I know this is a very important witness.
He is the witness for the
Major news today from the world of organized crime. Fox Undercover is confirming that a purported leader of the Boston mob, Mark Rossetti, is also an informant for the FBI. Rossetti is a longtime member of the mob's Boston faction, and in addition to having a long criminal record, Fox Undercover has also learned that he is a suspect in several murders. In his most recent case, state prosecutors are charging him with being the leader of a crew that engaged in crimes including heroin trafficking, home invasions, and extortion. Prosecutors in that case say they were unaware of Rossetti's relationship with the FBI until a state police wiretap caught him talking to his FBI handler. Well, court papers in that case mention the informant. They don't identify him, though. But those papers show that the informant was caught talking to his handler some 40 times, including conversations about the FBI protecting him from prosecution, the Gardner Museum art heist, and payments from the FBI. The FBI not confirming Rossetti's identity, but said they complied with Justice Department rules requiring they report informants' criminal activity. In a joint statement, the FBI and state police say, quote, the FBI employees responsible for handling this matter did not engage in any inappropriate activity, and that the FBI was prepared to cut off its relationship with the informant, but kept it up so they wouldn't interfere with the state police investigation. But as more information is released, this could prove embarrassing to the FBI in Boston. It's the same bureau that cultivated James Whitey Bulger as an informant. Fox Undercover talked to the head of the state police organized crime unit earlier this year about Rossetti's arrest.
How dangerous of a man is he?
He's probably the most feared guy that was on the street at the time.
So to get him off the street?
It's a good one for us. Bad one for them.
Rossetti's attorney did not return a call seeking comment.
Wow.
Wars between two law enforcement agencies torn wide open tonight as the controversy about an FBI informant who's also a leader in the New England Mafia intensifies. Two retired state police organized crime investigators are lashing out at the FBI, saying the feds never should have used Mark Rossetti as an informant. Investigative reporter Mike Bodette sat down with the retired detectives this afternoon.
The retired state police detectives I spoke with were both on the front lines of the Whitey Bulger investigation. They lived through the FBI's corruption in the Bulger case, in which Bulger was protected by the feds and ultimately tipped off to his indictment, allowing Bulger to elude capture for years. They hoped that was a thing of the past, but now they say they're not so sure.
There's such mistrust that's built up over the years.
Retired state police detective lieutenants Bob Long and Jack O'Malley are unloading their frustration with the FBI.
I think sometimes the FBI thinks that organized crime is their domain. Stay away from it. We'll handle the organized crime stuff.
The veteran organized crime investigator speaking out after revelations that this man, Mark Rossetti, was a longtime FBI informant. Rossetti was arrested last year after a state investigation, accused of running a highly organized and violent criminal enterprise. This is a bad guy we're talking about.
Oh, yeah. He's one of the worst of the worst. In my tenure there as the commander of the organized crime unit, his name would come up all the time.
Court papers filed last week by defense attorney Bob George reveal state police secretly recorded Rossetti talking to his FBI handler about 40 times. The court documents mention the informant, but do not identify him as Rossetti. Should the FBI have been using Mark Rossetti as an informant?
In my opinion, no. It's a very, very similar case to the Bulger case.
Based on his history of being suspects in many murders and trafficking heroin onto our streets, no way should he have been an informant. They should be out targeting him. You deal up, you don't deal down. In other words, they're going to him for information about who? His subordinates or enemies that might be trying to weasel their way into his organization and take it over. You just don't do it that way.
Why wouldn't you want to use someone like Rossetti as an informant?
Because of his history of violence, and you cannot always know what he's doing.
Fox Undercover also learned state police earlier asked the FBI if Rossetti was an informant, and the FBI said no. No comment from the retired investigators on that, but they keep thinking about the Whitey Bulger case.
It seems to be happening all over again.
Does that surprise you?
It's disappointing.
Disappointing.
The FBI not reacting specifically to what the retired state police investigators are saying, but a spokesperson referred us to a joint press release issued last Friday by the FBI and the state police, in which the FBI says it was prepared to stop using Rossetti as an informant after being notified by the state police about Rossetti's alleged criminal activity, but that the state police asked the FBI to continue the relationship so that Rossetti wouldn't be tipped off.
So, Mike, what's the state police brass saying about these retired guys speaking out?
The brass not too happy. In a statement, state police spokesman David Procopio says, those who have had no involvement with this investigation and who yet still have somehow seen fit to criticize aspects of it fail to acknowledge that no rules were broken and that a dangerous suspect was taken into custody. We make no apologies for the handling of this investigation and our cooperation with the FBI in regard to the intercepted conversations. So some pretty strong words for the retired investigators.
I'll say, what's all this mean for the pending state case against Rossetti?
There are 31 people, Mark, including Rossetti, who have been indicted. The revelation that Rossetti was an FBI informant could absolutely cause problems for the prosecutors. There will be hearings in the coming months to sort it all out.
Fox 25's Mike Bodette. Thanks, Mike.
Alrighty.
Did the FBI allow a prize mob informant to be a heroin dealer? New revelations tonight from Fox Undercover that the FBI was given a chance 20 years ago to make a case against a well-known organized crime figure, but they took a pass.
Well, now that informant is facing a laundry list of new charges, including dealing heroin. Our investigative reporter, Mike Bodette, with the new information.
Mark Rossetti was an up-and-coming mobster in the early 1990s. That's when a state police sergeant named Bill McGreal got a tip that Rossetti was becoming a major heroin dealer in East Boston. McGreal offered the case to the FBI, but it's what happened next that's only now beginning to make sense.
We're not even past the high Hawaii stage when he says, I'm just going to explain something to you. Something goes wrong with this deal. Something's going to go seriously wrong for you guys.
Retired State Police Sergeant Bill McGreal recalling his first encounter with Mark Rossetti. It was 1979. McGreal was working undercover, and Rossetti was an up-and-coming wise guy. This kid's 21, maybe at the time 22, something like that. And, you know, he's like right out of central casting from The Godfather. I mean, this is like incredible. And I had never dealt with anybody that young that was trying to act so mobbed up. McGreal says he later bought a small bag of cocaine from Rossetti, but the case never went anywhere. The next day, Rossetti pleaded guilty to assaulting and nearly killing an off-duty state trooper. But it wasn't the last time McGreal encountered Rossetti. More than a decade later, around 1992, a drug user came to McGreal with an offer. He'd go undercover
Guys,
and
I'm
buy
sorry, we
drugs from
gotta
Rossetti.
stop this. I've got a little girl throwing a fit. Needs to go to bed. She's had a long day. I love you guys. I mean, I don't want to talk about my past, but it seems like I've run into a bunch of these characters in my lifetime, and I'm really tired of it. And I just want everyone else to protect themselves. Because just because they call themselves government doesn't mean they're the good guy. Government can go wrong too. And when you got FBI investigating FBI, you don't get anywhere. One time I had a car wreck, and the same police officer that I was complaining about investigated his own actions. And then he had actually a school person life to him. It's life for him. So, I know they lied. Everyone knows they lied. But, you know, when you got, I don't want to sit there as a teenager calling a grown man a liar, you know. I have since I've been an adult, but not as a 16-year-old. That's ridiculous. And, this is amazing. Keep investigating, guys. Keep researching. And let's finish this.
Exchange for help getting out of jail.
Let's finish this in maybe a few minutes. All right. Talk to you later. Oh, Mikey mentioned me in a live stream today. You're the best. I'll check it out. I gotta take a break. These kids are about to go to sleep. Maybe I'll see you on them. I'm a mom of 3, so, and actually 4. I have an older lady. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it, but I have a lot of people to take care of. I love you guys. Bye. Yeah.
I didn't feel good, and wonderful doctors. Sean, White House doctors, terrific. They're all really talented people. But I had 12 of them, literally 12. Johns Hopkins. I had doctors from the best schools and best hospitals in the world, because you're president, right? And I said, I'm not feeling too good, fellas. What are we going to do here? And the following morning, I took something called Regeneron. The following morning, I felt so good. I felt like Superman. I wanted to get back. I didn't want to cancel anything. No, we didn't want to be canceled. We didn't want to be canceling a lot of things, right? We didn't want to say, I'm going to take the next like Biden. I mean, I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. He never goes anywhere. And when he does, it's Delaware. Now, I like Delaware too, but you know, he just wants to stay right next to that house. He feels very uncomfortable. Yesterday, he did some kind of a crazy rally with the horns, right? And then the camera made a terrible mistake. The guy's going to get fired, I'm sure. Because the camera turned around and there was nobody there. And then he got very agitated, right? You saw that. Because you know who was there? Our people were there, right? And they were screaming, and he can't think too well. He was having a hard time. And he got very angry. And Obama got angry too, because he went out someplace, and it was all our people. And today they're having this incredible rally on Long Island. You know, what's happened to New York is so sad. with the crime. Democrat run. Only Democrat run. Where you have Democrat run, you have problems. You have crime. You have, it's all closed up in many cases, locked down. By the way, you have an excellent governor here, right? You have an excellent governor. Can I say that? Good. Sometimes I'll say that and people don't like it, but you do. You have a good governor, good guy. And he's with us, and the family is good. And his father's great. His father, I'd see that name, Sununu. I said, man, he was brutal. He was tough. And once we won, there was nobody better than him. There was nobody rougher, and there was nobody better. But it's a good family. They really are. They've done a good job, and you're open up, and you're doing business, and here we are. Here we are. But Biden has the lid on again. It's really, I guess he figures if he keeps the lid on, he's not going to make a stupid statement. He made one yesterday. Yesterday, he said, I'm getting tired of smart people. No, you got to like smart people. Right? He said that. Then he said something much worse, right? He talked about the fact that we have the most corrupt. He didn't mean that. He didn't mean that. But I think maybe we'll put a clip up. We have a new deal. If we like people, oh, there it is. See that little screen? That costs a lot of money. And if we like you, like we do the great state of New Hampshire, if we like you like we do New Hampshire, we put that up. And we have a couple of little clips like he's against Social Security, little things like that. How about his oil comment? And I said, it took all the way to the end. He was doing okay. I wouldn't say it was Winston Churchill, but he was doing all right. He was getting through it. And then all of a sudden it came out, the oil, and he wants to transition. I said, okay, are you listening, Texas? Are you listening, Pennsylvania? Actually, are you listening? You know why? Because your bills, because of New York, you have the highest energy bills in the country. New Hampshire, all of New England, because they won't allow, we're going to do it anyway, but they won't allow a pipeline to go through New York up to New England. You know that, right? And because of that, and all it would do is cause jobs, because upstate New York has been an economic disaster under Cuomo. And people are leaving. But think of it, a pipeline that nobody would see way underground would reduce your energy costs by 50, 60, 70%. And Governor Cuomo won't allow it. So we're having a little bit of a dispute. And this should have been done years ago. I get stuck with everything. I get stuck. But we'll get it done. If we do that, we can get your energy costs down 50, 60%. So it means a lot to everybody. Sleepy Joe, and they are you turning the cameras around? Could I ask you to turn? Because you have never seen, people don't even believe it. People don't even, look at them. People don't even believe it. I only get disappointed because honestly, the media, the fake news is too close to me. If they were further back, would get more people up here, my people. I'm saying this to my representatives. If they move that back, they have magnifying lenses that are very good. If you move them back, you could have people, they wouldn't be blocked out by the fake news. Our lives are blocked out by the fake news, right? But Sleepy Joe voted for NAFTA, which was the worst thing that ever happened to your state and all of New England more than any place. Your factories are still, some of them, empty. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization. He shuttered your factories, shipped away your industries, and he allowed deadly drugs. One thing I learned more than any other place, New Hampshire drugs. For some reason, you get hit harder than anybody else. We brought it down 19%. We took it down. Now, we got set back because when the plague came in, all of a sudden we're looking at different things. But we got it down 19%. I met with your police. We went to the precincts. For some reason, your drug problem, opioids, everything else, is greater than most other states proportionately. And we focused very hard in New Hampshire. We got it down 19%, it's coming down further. Had a setback when the plague came in from China. But we got it down to 19, and we're going to get it down a hell of a lot lower than 19 before we're finished, believe me. And he allowed drugs, deadly drugs, really deadly drugs, opioids and fentanyl to pour across our borders and flood into your schools and your towns and communities, and more in New Hampshire proportionately, as I said, than any other place. In 2016, you voted to fire the depraved political establishment, and you elected an outsider as your president who is finally putting America first. This is not the crowd that comes in second, okay? You know, when you leave, it's like a poll, right? Except much more accurate. When you leave a place like this where you have thousands and thousands of people and more people than all of this outside, unfortunately, can't get in, which I feel badly about. We put speakers out there, but they can't get in. But when you leave, you say, this is not a state where you're going to come in second. It's just not, because come in second. If Joe came in, even if he came in that beautiful Air Force One, is that beautiful? You know, I'll tell you quick. We have plenty of time today, right? Like, is there any football game? We don't watch football as much anymore, right? Until they stand and honor our country, we don't do it. Until they honor that. But you know, when I first came,
How did you get back on my screen?
What flavor, sir?
Get off my screen.
I don't think he likes me.
That must have been a short one. All right, so here we go. StreamYard. Right here. Sorry, my bad, guys. Welcome to Lady Lisi Show. Oh, my keys in here. Yes, yeah. Right? Y'all just hold on. Kitties need love. Let's see. Okay. What is that? Go away. Well, welcome guys to the Lady Lacy YouTube channel. We're new. I thought we'd start out slow. Okay. Welcome to the Lady Lacy YouTube channel. Aww. I'll just see if anybody comes in for a second. There's literally nobody. Oh man. Today we're gonna read The Making of an Astronaut. I might read it, I might go through it. It's got some cool pictures. It's pretty long. I guess I can get started. This is from 1965 January. I believe we went to the moon 1969. 1969, I think. So this is like 4 years, pretty clear, before we go to the moon. It's a Vietnam issue. Ooh, it has a little bit about the author. The author, Dr. Robert R. Goldroof, directs NASA's Manned Spacecraft Center near Houston, Texas, where projects Gemini and Apollo carry forward the nation's space effort. He began his career in flight research in 1937 and later led the group of scientists and engineers whose determination made possible the success of Project Mercury. For contributions to the program, John F. Kennedy in 1962 gave Dr. Gilruth the President's Award for Distinguished Federal Civilian Service. So this is that guy. So that's our author, The Making of an Astronaut by Robert R. Gilruth. This is the year of Gemini. Before 1965, and many months old, a powerful Titan II rocket will blast off from Cape Kennedy, carrying 2 American astronauts aboard a spacecraft called Gemini, after the twins of the Zodiac. For more than 2 years, these men and their fellow astronauts have prepared themselves for Project Gemini and the Apocal lunar voyages that will follow. They have pursued a unique training curriculum, and their classrooms lie, LIE, I'm not kidding, I'll show you, scattered throughout the country. Live. They have attended hundreds of lectures, pored over thousands of documents, and sat through countless technical meetings. They have conditioned their bodies to withstand grueling combinations of stresses, acceleration, weightlessness, noise, heat, cold vibration, distortion, and immobilization. They have learned to survive in Panama's tropical jungles and in Nevada's scorching deserts. They have studied the geology of steaming fumaroles, 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 lava tubes, and ice caves. You got your lava tubes. Has anyone ever looked up lava tubes? It's intense. Right there. Lava tube. It's crazy. They have sunk their pickaxes into basalt, shale, and Cambrian rocks. Cambrian? This is what they do. They try to tie us up with like kind of hard words. They have visited factories to watch embryo spacecraft take shape. They have practiced with dozens of training devices, simulating possible accidents and how to avoid them. So here they are in the jungle. The astronauts.
Split roasted boa constrictor served by a Choco Indian turns out to be launched for 15 spacemen in training on a jungle survival course in Panama. It tasted like a 4-foot long hot dog, said one diner. Upon their return from space, astronauts plan to land in the ocean, but they do not overlook the possibility of coming down in a jungle or desert. 28 United States spacemen concentrate on the Gemini and Apollo programs. The latter designed to put a man on the moon by 1970. Plans call for orbiting a 2-man Gemini spacecraft in the next few months. Possible accidents and how to avoid them. Such exacting preparations have made American astronauts the world's most active commuters. Flying sleek, white-bellied, supersonic trainers, they race the sun from coast to coast, squeezing extra hours out of the day and dragging white contrails in a crazy quilt pattern across the heavens from Florida to California, Long Island to Oregon, St. Louis to the nation's capital, and finally home to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration's Manned Spacecraft Center near Houston, Texas. 1,600 acres of laboratories, test chambers, and offices across its geometrical landscape. The great adventure of our time unfolds. A trip to the moon. To understand the magnitude of these events, look at the recent history of space. Less than 2 years ago, I stood in the Mercury Control Center at Maj L. Gordon Cooper Jr. hurtled into orbit in his 4,000-pound, one-man capsule on this nation's longest space flight. 34 and a half hours. Now, the 7,000-pound Gemini awaits her 2-man crew and much longer orbital journeys. Welcome to Lady Lacey Broadcast, y'all. I know nobody's here, but you might watch it on a repeat, so welcome if you're here. The live has like nobody. Rendivius in space comes first. Gemini flights are an intermediate step in our moon flight program. They will permit us to study the efforts of weightlessness for up to 2 weeks and teach us the technology required to bring 2 vehicles together in space. We must master space if we are to reach for the moon later. In our Gemini program, managed by Charles W. Matthews, astronauts will practice his complex maneuver with the unmanned Agena vehicle, separately launched on an Atlantis missile. Before the end of this decade, the 34-story Apollo Saturn V vehicle will carry men to the moon. Apollo consists of 2 spacecrafts, the 57,000-pound commit. Oh, this is hard. Well, we can just look at the pictures. Get a little astronaut practicing with light. Most of it's just lies anyway. Here, I don't know if this is truth in plain sight, but this picture is just crazy. Here they are at the Grand Canyon. bears Earth secrets for spacemen who study geology to know how to understand the moon's composition, but also use an aerial photograph to locate their position, as they might do on the moon with pictures taken by Ranger the 7th and later camera probes. Like, guys, I'm going to come. Here they are. This is what they expect to do on the moon, right here. Cowboy hats and all. I don't know. I don't think they came up with their plan yet. They say this lizard tastes like chicken. Oh, there's Buzz. Man, these are some great pictures. There's Buzz. I just recognize that one. They're out there in that jungle. Oh, that's Captain Michael Collins. Here they are in as the plane flies the crest of a parabolic curve, the spacemen swim almost effortlessly within the padded cabins. So here they are. Here they're practicing getting there. Come on, out of their module. This ain't the real one, though. This is 4 years before. They're there. I guess they've been in the pool. That's what I'm guessing, because they're all in their swimsuits. Here's a drawing. And that's what they're going to the moon in. With strings. I guess he's in front of the camera. Oh, he's on harnesses. Cheers. screaming.
Get off of here. Arr. Uh-oh. I know you discovered the keyboard. Hey, everybody. Oh, it has been 5 hours. My bad, guys. Okay.
Hey, so this is a video about
This is Nest Audio from Google. But to enthusiastic shower singer, it's the Google Duet Maker. Introducing Nest Audio from Google.
Yesterday, it became known through social media that there was a yoga studio operator in North Delta that was continuing to stay open and really discrediting the direction of provincial mental health so far as the validity of why this is doing. We actually had our staff instructions for visit during that time, we were still waiting for it. He actually dismissed our staff after they came back, and 14 unfortunately received approval from the office of business license possible. And that license is suspended. What does it say to all our good business people who have a corporate responsibility and much needed time that have to work voluntarily? I can also say that early this morning, our staff, our bylaw officers, are actually delivering a letter from me requiring set up specific hours for that isn't going up now. It's actually being posted. And I would also just like to impress upon our community the provincial government Premier, Minister of Health, and our provincial medical health officer. As the mayor and council, we felt that we're on that, but we need everybody it's tremendous. We'll together, working as a team, having everybody provide listen to the directions and follow the directions. This Thanksgiving, why am I the only one talking? You just want to learn something, so I teach you something.
Arrested and charged with violating the Quarantine Act. Back in March, Mac Parhar caused controversy when he refused to close his Delta hot yoga studio, claiming the heat kills the COVID-19 virus. As a result, the city suspended his business license. Parhar has also been front and center at a number of anti-mask rallies. Now, after returning from a visit to the U.S., he was repeatedly apprehended by New Westminster police for not complying with the mandatory 14-day curfew. After being given a ticket and observed out of his home again, Parhar has now been arrested and charged with 3 counts of violating the Quarantine Act. He's now being held in custody.
Mr. Parhar was informed by CBSA members when he arrived into Canada of the Quarantine Act, and he was advised that he was to remain self-isolated in his home for a period of 14 days. It's clear, after posting some videos on YouTube, that he chose to violate that, where he repeatedly went out into the public, putting others at risk. We take that very seriously. It's putting the citizens of New Westminster at risk.
Now, under the Quarantine Act, the punishment for Parhar's alleged offenses is a fine of up to $750,000 or up to 6 months in jail.
Leadership. We will have a safe and effective vaccine before the
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Lady Lacey Show, where I have done some research, and we're going to break the system today. We're going to use the system to break the system, because that's what I've been doing my entire life. I get on everyone's nerves. So here I am. Here I am. Get on YouTube's nerves. Welcome. I'm going to go grab me a cup of coffee. Enjoy the music. I'll be right back. Okay. Again, welcome. I got my coffee. Hope you enjoyed the mud crickets. So we're going to talk today about my feelings on activism. Okay? I love women. I love myself and I love other women. Don't go out there alone unless you were just made of steel. People do get triggered, and they get triggered easily. So you have to make sure the environment's comfortable. You have a buddy with you. You're talking to someone you trust, because just women in general being out in public is dangerous. We'll talk about settings and all that. There's a lot to talk. But today I want to talk about the system and how to use the system to fight the system. And one of my favorite sites, even though it's part of the system, which helps me break out of the system, is called WikiHow. WikiHow. Anytime, like, I have spent hours on WikiHow developing everything from how to make a video, a flat earth video, and put the two together, to family issues, court issues. Everything is on there somehow. Definitely research. Don't give up. But today I want to talk about cults and how dangerous they are. We already know that if you're subscribed to me, because I don't think I get recommended. So you have to be subscribed to me. But today, most of y'all that have subscribed to my channel have once been in a cult, and now you're out. Or maybe we're not out, but we know we're in a cult. We're aware that we're in a cult. Unlike some of our other friends, family members, and everything else. So I went to WikiHow, and I looked up how to deprogram a religious cult member. How to deprogram a religious cult member. And here's a lot of tips on here that were helpful for me, and it's actually making me a better person. So I wanted to share it with you. This is on WikiHow. WikiHow has like all kinds of things. There's like 3 different systems or ways to do it. The first way was pretty much, oh shoot, I can't.
listen to that. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So we already seen the signs. We already we're getting better and better. Some of us are farther along than others, but we see the signs. We know what's going on. We're a little bit scared. But actually, you know, we can do this. So that first way was notice the signs. We already got there. The second way to deprogram a person in a cult is to keep the lines of communication open. So if someone in your family quits talking to you or something like that, you failed. You have to keep the lines of communication open any way you can. Spend time with your loved one. Probably the reason they think that we're so off is because we never spend time with them. We're always on the internet or researching. So make sure you spend daylight hours with your family. Just need to take that advice. When you're with them, mention other family members and loved ones. I would like to talk about tickets, taxes, vaccines, illnesses, babies, deaths, anything, you know, to mention other loved ones and the troubles they're going through, and, you know, worry about them. Be patient. It can't happen overnight, guys. It didn't happen overnight with us, so be patient. Be loving and non-judgmental. If they glitch out, give up, walk out, get mad, don't judge. Just be patient. Go back to number 4. Y'all can take a picture of this if you want to. Or it's on WikiHow, whatever. Take them on vacation. A lot of people have time to sit and think on vacation. So every little bit helps. Stay stable and safe. That means us as non-cult members, or we have to participate because we already are in the cult. Make sure that we are stable and safe. These are things I need to do. These are things probably you need to do, and I just wanted to share. If you ever get stuck in life and your head starts hurting and you don't know what to do, WikiHow is a very good I don't know how. Just to get your mind going, you know. But this is Lady Lacy, and I will be back. There's lots of different angles to this, so let's be better flat earthers, and let's be better people. And of course, I'm going to recommend Jesus Christ because I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, and I'm going to recommend that because he is really the only way to get out of this, I think. You know, I believe, you know, I'm going to believe the testimony, you know, but in my life, like, I've been pushed into corners, I've been shoved, and Jesus Christ has gotten me out every time and gotten me to the number 7, stable and safe. So, that's what I recommend. Y'all have a great day, and I love you, and have a good one.
Thank you very much. Unbelievable.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I don't know why. Stop it, Trump.
Behind the fake news. Can you believe?
I'm just gonna X you out.
Death Starters United! Death Starters United! Holy gods! Holy gods! Evil nails are taking over! Evil nails are taking over! Will you fight? Nails are taking over! You must choose a side. You must choose a side. Will you be their slaves? Will you be their slaves? Slaves! Release me! Release me! Release! No! Don't go! My soul! You torture! My soul! Release me! Release me! Release me! Release! You torture my soul! You torture!
Good morning, everybody. Today we're gonna get into some
Basic proposition's the same. The Congress authorizes the president and his delegates his constitutionally exclusive power to decide who should work if we're not under attack. Under attack, the commander-in-chief has always been understood to have the right to reply to that attack and protect our own troops. Not a strip of paper, no.
So what? Let it one here. Let it one here. Let it one here. What is it? Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. We are 17 years.
In a world where temptation lives in every corner.
No food, no water. Y'all do. Y'all
Just look at one another, short of breath. Walk it out.
Lord have mercy on the righteous house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. So what? Like what here? themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. We are 70 years. We are 70 years. No good, no water. It's your good, your honor. Lord have mercy on the wretched's house. Lord have mercy on the wretched's house. Please excuse me, can't think for myself. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Aaron and Vanessa Gomes are suing their former landlords, 20-year-olds Melvin Steele and Gould, as in returns for the return of their security deposit and rent. Yeah, rent the townhouse. Yeah. Are we up until the... When did you rent the master bedrooms?
Leg it. Alpha Q, crucified. Okay, we did that one. All right. Welcome to Lady Lacy. Welcome to Lady Lacy Live. Here I am. Now looking a little rough. So how are y'all doing? It's good to see you. I'm happy to be running this channel. I had some legal issues, personal legal issues, and I had to devote my attention to that 100%. And then right now I'm like in a valley hill. Like I hope it's a long hill, you know. So I'm waiting. I hope, you know. But it's good to y'all need to see me. I need to tell y'all that I'm here and I'm okay. I'm not gonna pressure myself to like have the best broadcast, but I do have a treat. I have invested. I've invested in Lady Lacy Show, you know, because I hired myself. I was like, who am I gonna hire? Lady Lacy Show. Right here, me. So, yeah, I totally have invested. I got something pretty cool that's gonna make my sound better. A mic. I got a mic, so hopefully I gotta test that out, but I don't know how to use a mic, so we'll figure that out. Hopefully. All right. Sometimes I never figure things out, so I can't promise promises. No promise. You know? Alrighty. So today for retro news, does anybody want to comment? Let's see. Got any comments? No. Well, I see 4 people here. I appreciate you. Appreciate you and love you. I hope nobody's harassing you too bad. I'll be at Flattoberfest. I'll be on. I got an interview. I gotta leave y'all a link, but I got a big channel coming up. 10/8. I'll be on live in a real podcast studio. So we'll see if I can handle it. If I can handle it. Be awesome. All right. Checking comment. Oh, there we go. There's Steve. There's plenty of help on YouTube for Mike. That was, yeah, you're totally, oh, and then, oh, I can show these. Get these things. Well, we'll see. It's not YouTube's problem. I'm the problem. And then, yeah, you bring a good show. Aw, thank you, Marve. Oh, my brain's. Ugh. Okay. Get your little ticker. Y'all, thanks for showing up so quick. I'm gonna play some retro news, and I guess if I go live again, I will start the show over, and you'll get like a notification. Hopefully, you know. So Anybody want to start the topics? I was stuck on 9/11, but now I'm thinking something different. But still, man, it always goes back to 9/11. No matter what you're studying, it always goes back to 9/11. Much better than Jeff Romo. Much better than Jeff Romo, who is trying to kill himself. Well, let's pray for Jeff Remo. Let's pray for Jeff. Dear Jesus, Jeff is having a hard time. I don't know this Jeff, and I don't know his circumstances, but Mara came on the thing and told me about him. And we would just like to pray for Jeff. There's a lot of people sad and upset, and it's not their fault because they don't control what comes on the TV. And hopefully one day with these channels and the support, the friends and the network we got going on, and we kicked butt. Oh, sorry, Jesus, but we kicked devil in the pit when we found out about the empty hospitals. And thank you for Mac for being so brave. And we just ask you to cover us all with the Holy Spirit and in Jesus' blood, and have angels in front beside us, and don't let us live in lies, and forgive those who have trespassed against us. And in Jesus' name, amen. All right, guys, I feel so much better. And I pray for that person. Okay, so I guess we'll go back to 9/11. If you got better things to do, I totally understand. You know, I'm just playing. This is a retro news thing. I just want to keep the show going. Like, I don't have 24 hours worth of. Oh, someone's knocking. Okay, so let me start. I guess I'll start. Oh, we still got 2 hours on this.
It's thoroughly confused. Well, it's thoroughly confused. But it's important information to know in a race this close. What is hoped, of course, is that eventually there'll be a firm vote in Florida. The man who wins Florida will be declared winner because he'll have the most electoral votes, and that will be that. But all kinds of possibilities are now opened up, and some of them not too good. Recount in Florida going to take hours, maybe recounts in other states such as Iowa, which we believe have been carried by Gore, but by a small margin, and in Wisconsin, where it's still out there. And this whole business of the Electoral College, we could have a situation where Gore, who's now leading in the overall national vote, loses in the Electoral College, according to the votes as they stack up, and then maybe some electors would say, well, if he wins the national vote, I feel duty bound to vote for him in the Electoral College. All of those things possible. Very confused situation, unprecedented in our national history. The best we can say to you is that Gore leads in the overall national vote. He leads in the Electoral College vote, at least for the moment. We'll be right back. That's in Florida, out of 6 million cast. And so far as we can make out, not all of the votes have been counted in Florida yet, but Bush up by 980. He was down as low as about 270 at one point. We're talking about hundreds of votes. Bush leads in Florida by 980 votes out of about 6 million cast. Nationally, Gore's lead is 275,000 in the national overall vote. Is Bill Whitaker standing by for us at Bush headquarters in Austin, or not yet?
Yes, I am.
Bill.
Dan. Well, Dan, this has been a wild and wacky evening for the Bush folks here. First, Gore calls to concede, and then the Bush folks get ready for a victory party. Then Gore calls to retract, and the Bush victory party fizzles, and the folks who have been here for the party all go home. Now, this campaign says that it knows that there has to be a recount in Florida, but they are confident that when all is said and done and all the recounting is done, that Bush will win. Now, this campaign is regrouping. They're going to get together this morning and try to figure out what to do. And it's understandable that they don't know what to do because nobody knows what to do, having never faced a situation like this. This campaign says that they were jubilant, and now they are a little dejected. They say that, as I say, they believe that they are going to win in the end, but all of this confusion has just taken some of the joy out of it.
Dan?
Bill Whitaker, whatever is going on behind the scenes, one should note that so far the Bush people have handled this in a classy way, having been right there. The party started, the celebration started, believing they had won the presidency, then having Al Gore call and say, look, I have to withdraw my congratulations to you, and I'm not going to make my concession official because things are narrowing down so much in Florida. The Bush campaign, at least publicly, is handled in a very classy manner. And for that matter, when Bill Daley came out to make his statement on Gore's behalf, he underscored, saying, if Bush wins this election, if George Bush wins it, we're going to support his presidency and, pull in behind him. But we have a responsibility, in effect, he said, to ask for a recount in Florida. They're now going to get the recount in Florida. That's where things stand. In the electoral count, it is Gore with 249. Bush with 246. It takes 270 to win. It all gets down to Florida, and it's 25 electoral count votes now. And in the national popular vote, Al Gore is up. He's pulled into the lead. While it's 48 to 48%, Al Gore in the popular vote has something on the order of a 750,000 vote lead at this moment. We're going to be right back here at CBS News Election Headquarters, and we'll be with you throughout the morning in this unprecedented history-making situation. So stay here with us. It's mandated by law. Anytime the winning margin gets below 0.5%, by law they have to ask for a recount. And George Bush has a margin in Florida, but it's down to about 1/3 of 1%. He leads by a few hundred votes, possibly as many as 700 to 900 votes in Florida. Bush still leads, but it's so close that there is going to be a recount. Nationally, Al Gore leads by about 750,000 votes in the overall national popular vote total. The electoral vote is where the payoff is, and there Gore leads 249 to 246. But Florida, with those 25 electoral votes and Bush clinging to a several hundreds vote lead out of 6 million votes cast down there, still has hopes that in the end, and once the recount is done, that Bush is going to be the winner, but that is not yet assured. This much we can tell you. You and your children are going to lead to your lives for the next at least couple of years, a situation in which no other American has ever been through, and that is where you have the presidency, the Senate, the House, and state legislatures so close. The margins have never been so close between the two major parties in those four categories: White House, Senate, House, in Congress, and state legislatures. So we're moving into an unprecedented time. And Anthony Mason, voters, when asked coming out of the polls today, what do they think more important, the Electoral College vote or the popular vote?
Well, Dan, I think most voters would give the edge to the popular vote, and I think that leads me to a point I wanted to make here. And I think, if as increasingly looks likely here, we're going to have a split between the Electoral College and the popular vote. I'm very curious to see how America is going to react to this. I mean, Ed Bradley's been talking all night about how this vote shows that every vote counts. Well, if you end up voting for Al Gore and he wins the popular vote and loses the Electoral College, how are you going to feel? I know there's precedent for this, but it's been 120 years or more since we saw this happen. That most Americans have never experienced it. We all have the feeling that the majority wins. Are Americans really going to accept a decision like this? I think it's going to be very interesting to see the response, Dan.
Indeed, it will be. Keep in mind, it's not yet assured that one man is going to win the popular vote and another man is going to win the Electoral College. That is a working possibility. Now, Bob Schieffer, the last election, President Clinton did not win a majority of the national vote. He won a plurality, and that's the reason he stayed president, but he didn't win a majority. Nor did he win election the first time by a majority vote. He won with a plurality. So this is the third presidential election where neither candidate has been able to get more than 50% of the vote. And we're assured of that happening, that whoever wins the national vote, whoever finally wins the electoral college vote and is named president, will have a plurality, but not a majority, not over 50%, because Ralph Nader is running at least 2 or 3% nationally. Leslie?
But when this happens in our great system, everybody accepts this plurality president as the president, accepts him, assumes he has a mandate as if he'd won a majority. We've had several like that. And the system goes on. And to answer Anthony's question, I think everybody will abide by the Electoral College because that's the way this country operates.
Well, we shall see. And keep in mind, we keep emphasizing that a recount has been mandated in Florida. The state attorney general says there will be a recount. But Ed Brantley, recounts then become possible in some other states where it's been so cliffhanger close.
Well, you do have the possibility of Iowa and Wisconsin, and we've been taking a look at other states to see what has been the pattern in the history of recounts. We mentioned Nevada, where there have been 5 recounts in statewide races. We've come up with 3 more states. In 1988, in the Rhode Island governor's race, Bruce Sunland against Governor Edward Dupree, Sunland demanded a recount and lost after 2 weeks. In 1989, in the Virginia governor's race, Marshall Coleman, the Republican, against Doug Wilder, the Democrat. Coleman initially lost. He demanded a recount. It took 43 days for that recount. Coleman lost. 1981, New Jersey governor's race, Tom Kean, Republican, against Jim Florio, a Democrat. Florio lost, demanded a recount, and lost after 3 weeks. So 2 things that stand out here is that it seems that everyone who demands a recount has lost in these votes, but all of them take a long time, 2 weeks, 43 days, 3 weeks. So I think it's optimistic to say that this thing might be over by tomorrow night. This, by the way, was a headline in the St. Petersburg Times, looking at the online edition, recount in Florida. That's going to determine the election. And also there was there's a group called the Voter Integrity Project, which takes phone calls from voters around the country reporting problems with voting. For example, an inability to find a name on the voting rolls, voting machines that don't work. And this group, this Voter Integrity Project, which is a nonpartisan organization, got calls from Florida today earlier and said that this is a hot spot. They're going to write up their reports and submit them there to the Secretary of State.
And on it goes. In terms of what's in and counted, Gore, 249 electoral college votes. Bush assured we think of 246. It takes 270 to win. Wisconsin and Oregon are yet to be decided, but it all gets down to Florida. Bush is clinging to a lead of between 700 and 800 votes in Florida. There will be a recount. We're going to take a short break here and come right back. Keep the dial right where it is. Dan Rather in New York.
All right. What is happening? Oh, it's this thing. I'm too wore out to be doing this. Here it is. I don't know why it's been going black like that.
which is where the presidency is going to be decided. It's been pulled back from the Bush column. Bush leads by between 700 and 800 votes at last count. Wisconsin and Oregon, Wisconsin with 11 and Oregon with 7 have yet to be decided. But the man who wins Florida will win it all. Now, Gloria Borger, our CBS News consultant, has been on the phone and has talked to a high Bush campaign man who does not want to be identified. But what does he tell you, Gloria?
Well, some very interesting things, Dan. First of all, they are looking at the margins in Iowa and Wisconsin because they believe that perhaps if Al Gore is demanding a recount in Florida, then perhaps they should demand a recount in Iowa and perhaps even the state of Wisconsin. They also say that they are up between 791 votes to 1,784 votes in the state of Florida. They say the only votes that are outstanding are those overseas ballots. Now, those ballots have 10 days to arrive in this country, but they have to be postmarked as of yesterday. They say they feel very confident, Dan, because in 1996, 2,300 of those ballots were sent in, and 54% were for Dole. And don't forget, Dole lost the state of Florida. So they feel quite confident about the state of Florida right now, Dan.
Well, what the Bush campaign feels confident about is that in the end they will win the Electoral College. It's increasingly possible that Gore is going to win the overall national vote.
That's right. That's right. And they're also saying, look, if you want to play hardball in Florida, well, we might just review Iowa.
All right, Ed Bradley.
One other thing about the absentee ballots, there may be as many as 30,000 of them. Some of them may already be here and have been counted. We don't know that. We know that 30,000 are requested, and they have 10 days from yesterday to get them in, but some of them may have been sent in earlier, so they may have already been counted. We don't know how many are in.
Situation. It takes 270 electoral votes to win. Gore has 249, Bush has 246, but Bush is leading in Florida with a lead somewhere between 750 and maybe as many as 1,700 votes. A recount will happen in Florida. Some quote, irregularities, unquote, are suspected, not proven, but suspected. This is a wild and woolly, unprecedented situation in American history. It's obviously going to be hours, if not days, before we know for sure who the next president of the United States is going to be. This is continuing election coverage on CBS. Stay here with us. CBS News election headquarters in New York. Those of you who are just waking up and may have gone to bed last night thinking that George Bush had won the presidency, he may yet win the presidency, but he has not, despite what you may have heard last night, actually done so. The electoral vote count, 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush. It takes 270 to win. What's happened overnight is that Florida, but first was thought to have gone for Gore, then was pulled back, then was thought to have gone for Bush, then was pulled back. Gore made a congratulatory call to Bush, but then Bush's lead in Florida began to sink down very, very low. Gore decided against actually conceding. As for a recount under Florida law, it turns out because Bush's lead in Florida is about 1/3 of 1%, with 600 million votes approximately cast, there will be a recount. Leslie Stahl, is anything unique about what's going on this presidential level, or is it reflected all across the board tonight?
Well, as you yourself said a while ago, never in history has there been so many close races across the board. Just take a look at what's happened in the House of Representatives, which we believe the Republicans will maintain control of. But if you look at the overall vote for House, the Democrats ended up with 49% of the vote, the Republicans with 49% of the vote. In the Senate races, Democrats, 48% of the vote, 50% for the Republicans. If you look at the governor's races, the vote was 49% for the Democrats, 50% for the Republicans. Every single kind of voting around the country shows you that we're split right down the middle.
And in the Senate, the Republicans will maintain control of the Senate. Hillary Clinton won in New York. Rob lost in Virginia. So The Republicans are assured of control of the Senate, if nothing more, by having the tie-breaking votes of Dick Cheney if he becomes vice president.
If George Bush is elected president, there are now 48 seats that are held by the Democrats, 50 seats held by the Republicans, but we still have the race out there in Michigan that hasn't been called, and we still have one other race that hasn't been called. That's the one out in Washington State. We thought that Maria Cantwell, the Democrat out there, had won. We pulled that call back, so it's 50-48 with two still to be decided.
In Florida, Bush's lead somewhere between 750 votes and perhaps as many as 1,700 votes. Virtually all the votes are believed now to have been counted, but when he says 100% of the precincts reporting, doesn't mean all of the votes, every vote, including absentee ballots, have yet been counted, but it's getting down very close to the point where that will be true. But a recount has been ordered in Florida, mandated by law, say some. The state attorney general says there is going to be a recount. That's bound to take some hours. Some absentee ballots may yet be coming in from overseas in Florida. The Bush people continue to say, we think we're going to win Florida, and the man who wins Florida now wins the presidency. Bush people continue to say, we think we've won it, but there's going to be a recount, so we'll have to wait for that to come in. In the overall national popular vote, Al Gore is leading by something on the order of 750,000 votes. So we could have a situation where Gore wins the popular vote overall nationally, but Bush wins in the electoral college. That's where it sits at this moment. Not likely to change for some hours now, although Wisconsin and Oregon have yet to be decided. Repeat for emphasis, it won't matter, at least not much for the moment, because he who wins Florida wins it all. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters will be back.
City of Angels, Thursdays on CBS. It's
70 electoral votes needed to win. In Florida, Bush now leads by somewhere between 750 and 1,700 votes, and a remarkably small margin with 6 million votes cast. A recount in Florida will begin after election officials there get a few hours sleep and freshen up a bit. So it's going to be some hours before we can say for sure who the next president is. Wait, there's more. Al Gore now leads George Bush in the national popular vote by roughly what? Help me out here, Bob Schieffer. Certainly 200,000 or 300,000 votes. Couple 100,000 votes. One can only wonder what's next. Only wonder indeed. Ed Bradley on the presidential desk.
Well, you know, Dan, I saw this story here from Catherine Harris, who's the Secretary of State in Florida. She said that she's calling all of the state's 67 election supervisors, county by county, getting them out of bed and checking to see if all the absentee ballots have been counted. She says we're calling supervisors, waking them up and getting them out of the bed. And I'm going to sit down with my lawyers and decide what the policy issues are here. I mean, this is really uncharted territory. This, of course, is a national election, but you have to ask the question, who has jurisdiction here? Because if there is a recount, and that seems certain in Florida, and a candidate disagrees with the result of that recount, he can then challenge it in court. Well, who has jurisdiction over that? Is it the Federal Election Commission? Is it a state court? If you know any election lawyers in Washington, maybe we should call them in and get them on the phone.
Well, maybe one of those great Philadelphia lawyers from your hometown. But we don't want to joke about this, that there are a lot of possibilities out there. But let's hold to the center insofar as there is one. 270 election college votes needed to win.
When you click to view the largest selection of Toyota inventory, you may very well see one of the shortest.
2 cents here, and I'm going to answer the question that I have been asked over and over and over again. What mic do I recommend for podcasting, live streamers, and people who want to record audio? Today we're going to be taking a look at the legendary Blue Yeti, all thanks to Mastrop.